Chapter 54:33. Gu Fei was really pitiful. He had only recovered for less than a day before his body exploded again. He had severely underestimated Sacred Lord Su Tian's determination to return to the limitless realm. Sacred Lord Su Tian would do anything to return to the limitless realm. As long as he could break the boundary wall, he wouldn't even care about Gu Fei's life. Furthermore, he and Gu Fei hadn't known each other for long. Sacrificing Gu Fei to open the boundary wall wasn't a big deal to him. He didn't even frown. The destructive power spread out, and a fist-sized hole appeared in the boundary wall of the limitless realm. Sacred Lord Su Tian didn't even hesitate as he charged into the hole. However, the power from the explosion of Gu Fei's martial body was too strong. Sacred Lord Su Tian's physical body also shattered in the void. However, Sacred Lord Su Tian's primordial spirit didn't dissipate. It charged into the limitless realm. Sacred Lord Su Tian's primordial spirit was still wearing a set of battle armor. It was this battle armor that blocked the terrifying destructive power and protected his primordial spirit. Haha! Sacred Lord Su Tian's primordial spirit laughed crazily. Gu Fei's spiritual force sensed the scene of Sacred Lord Su Tian's primordial spirit laughing crazily. A moment later, his spiritual force fell into endless darkness. Little fella, I'm sorry. Sacred Lord Su Tian didn't feel guilty at all after entering the limitless realm. At this moment, the hole in the boundary wall disappeared. Sacred Lord Su Tian, who was in the limitless realm, was overjoyed. Sacred Lord Su Tian, who was in the limitless realm, saw a boundless great world in front of him. One couldn't see the boundary wall in the limitless realm. Swish! Sacred Lord Su Tian's primordial spirit disappeared in the void. He needed to find a place to enter seclusion and reconstruct his Tao body as soon as possible. After losing his Tao body and primordial spirit, even someone as strong as Sacred Lord Su Tian had to hide. At this moment, outside the boundary wall of the limitless realm, the destructive power spread out for countless miles. Boundless chaotic aura was dispersed. Even Sacred Master Void Sky's inner world, which was hidden in the void, was affected and almost collapsed. Sacred Lord Void Sky didn't even want his inner world anymore. That was because Sacred Lord Su Tian didn't have enough time to take away his inner world. The hole that had appeared in the world wall was going to disappear in the blink of an eye. If he didn't make use of this opportunity, he wouldn't have another chance to return to the limitless realm. Sacred Lord Void Sky had finally succeeded after countless years. In Sacred Lord Void Sky's eyes, this little fellow called Gu Fei was dead for sure. After all, no one could survive such a powerful destructive power. Sacred Lord Void Sky's forbidden sacred art was simply too heaven-defying. This secret technique increased the power of both Gu Fei and Sacred Lord Void Sky by more than 10 times. This power was unbelievably strong. Even the boundary wall of the limitless realm had a fist-sized hole blasted out. Of course, the boundary wall of the limitless realm was simply too strong. This hole had only appeared for a short period of time. However, Sacred Lord Void Sky had accurately grasped this rare opportunity. Sacred Lord Void Sky had indeed returned to the limitless realm, but his methods were extremely despicable. At the very last moment, Gu Fei also knew that he had been used by Sacred Lord Void Sky. In fact, it could even be said that he had been plotted against by Sacred Lord Void Sky. A dignified former master of the Void World had actually done such a thing. This caused Gu Fei to be extremely furious. However, things were no longer under his control. Thus, his martial body exploded again and again. This time, even Sacred Lord Void Sky thought that Gu Fei wouldn't be able to survive. However, even Sacred Lord Void Sky had severely underestimated the heaven-defying power of the Heaven Ascension secret technique. Gu Fei still hadn't truly died. However, this time, his injuries weren't light. There wasn't even a mist of blood left behind. He had been completely annihilated. Since he had been annihilated so thoroughly, it would take a long time for him to recover. For a long period of time, the place where Gu Fei had exploded was engulfed by a terrifying turbulence of energy. Even the boundary wall of the limitless realm had ripples visible to the naked eye from time to time. After an unknown period of time, Gu Fei seemed to have fallen asleep. However, he had slept for a very long time. When his consciousness awoke from the endless darkness, he could only sense the chaotic void around him. The void here was simply too chaotic. "Void sky, you bastard!" Gu Fei immediately cursed. At this moment, he had only regained consciousness and barely condensed his divine soul. He hadn't reconstructed his martial body yet. This time, his injuries were too severe. He had never expected that Sacred Lord Void Sky would attack him from behind. If he hadn't been careful, he would have been completely annihilated. After an unknown period of time, Gu Fei's divine soul gradually grew stronger. Bits of divine soul fragments appeared in the surrounding void, emitting divine light. These divine soul fragments were constantly gathering towards his divine soul from all directions. Buzz. When the last bit of divine soul light merged with Gu Fei's divine soul, there was a loud sound in the void. A powerful divine soul power erupted from his divine soul. Return of the true self. Gu Fei's divine soul sat cross-legged in the void. The chaotic spiritual energy of heaven and earth all gathered towards his divine soul. Reconstruct my martial body. Endless divine light enveloped Gu Fei's divine soul. He wanted to reconstruct his martial body. The amount of primordial qi needed to reconstruct his martial body was too great. After all, he was reconstructing an infinite realm martial body. This was definitely a long process. Previously, when he had destroyed his martial body had only turned into a bloody mist. Thus, reconstructing his martial body was relatively easy. However, the situation now was different. This time, his martial body had been completely obliterated. Not even a bloody mist was left behind. When Gu Fei successfully reconstructed his martial body, he didn't know how much time had passed. After reconstructing his martial body, he immediately returned to the inner world that sacred leader Su Tian had left behind. There was nothing much to say. He immediately took back the divine spring of life in his inner world and refined this inner world. He wasn't satisfied yet. Hence, he wanted to refine this chaotic divine metal mountain. However, it was not an easy task to refine this chaotic divine metal mountain. "I'll just refine this mountain into a primal chaos seal." Gu Fei did as he thought. He immediately sat cross-legged in front of this chaotic divine metal mountain and struck it with Tao patterns one after another. Very soon, countless Tao patterns intertwined in the void around the chaotic divine metal mountain. The image of a huge furnace appeared in the chaos. Gu Fei activated the chaotic divine fire and started to refine the chaotic divine metal mountain. It wasn't easy to refine an infinite realm Tao artifact. However, Gu Fei also had a deep understanding of blacksmithing. He had nothing to do anyway. Although he hated sacred leader Su Tian to the core, that fellow had already entered the infinite realm. If he wanted to take revenge, he would first have to break the boundary wall and enter the infinite realm. However, it was impossible for him to break through the barrier of the infinite realm by himself. Even Sacred Lord Void Sky couldn't break through the barrier. Gu Fei knew that his cultivation couldn't be compared to sacred leader Su Tian's. At this moment, Gu Fei was trapped in this place. He wanted to kill his way back to the void realm, but it was impossible. After all, even he didn't know how far away he was from the void realm. Ordinary teleportation arrays wouldn't be able to send him back to the void realm. In fact, if he could return to the void realm, sacred leader Su Tian wouldn't have been trapped in this place for so long. Since he couldn't return, he would just slowly waste his time. Anyway, Gu Fei had an inner world, so he wouldn't be bored. Time was passing, but there was no such thing as time in the chaos. Therefore, Gu Fei didn't know how long he had been in the chaos. The chaotic divine metal mountain continued to shrink under Gu Fei's refinement, and the impurities on the sacred mountain were constantly refined by him. In the void realm, Gu Fei's disciples and subordinates didn't have a good time. This was because they couldn't leave Nanman at all. What made Xiao Ye and the others depressed was that East King had returned. East King gathered his old subordinates in the east region of Nanman and fought with Xiao Ye and the others endlessly. With the help of Lin Xiaotian, an emperor, East King actually managed to gather a team and occupied more than a dozen cities, forming a standoff with Xiao Ye and the others. East King was originally one of the 19 feudal lords of Nanman. No one would say anything if he killed his way back to Nanman. This made Xiaoya really unhappy. In particular, Huang Fuzun, the Array Emperor, was even more unhappy. This was because East King had escaped from his hands that day. But now, even if Huang Fuzun wanted to kill East King, it would not be easy. Everyone knew that with just Lin Xiaotian and East King, how could it be easy to gather a team? Obviously, someone was supporting East King. Who was behind the scenes? Xiaoya and the others really couldn't figure out who it was because Gu Fei had really offended a lot of people. When Gu Fei was conquering the world, he almost offended all the forces in the 5 regions of the Void Realm. This was also the reason why Xiaoya and the others couldn't leave Nanman. Because once they left Nanman, they couldn't move an inch. Where did Master go? In the Nanman royal capital, Xiaoya stood on the city wall and looked at the east region. Even now, she still didn't know why Master suddenly disappeared. If Master was here, who would dare to offend him? They might have completely conquered the Void Realm by now. All the bad things kept happening because of Gu Fei's disappearance. The Buddha clan, which had originally surrendered to Gu Fei, also left Nanman. There was also the Sorcerer clan. Because of the Sorcerer Emperor, the Sorcerer clan did not attack Xiaoya and the others. However, the people of the Sorcerer clan would not help Xiaoya. As a result, Nanman was really in trouble both internally and externally. If they wanted to solve the current chaos, perhaps only the return of Gu Fei could do it. However, at this time, Gu Fei was trapped outside the world wall of the limitless realm. He couldn't even protect himself, so how could he help Xiaoya and the others? At this time in the Void Realm, no one dared to stand with Xiaoya and the others. Chapter 54-34. Aggrieved. In the Southern Barbarian Imperial Palace's conference hall, Xiaoya was depressed. They simply fell directly from the sky to the ground. They actually fell to the point where everyone wanted to beat them up. When Gu Fei was still around, how glorious they were. Moreover, what made Xiaoya even more depressed was that King Dong, who was driven away by them, suddenly returned to Southern Barbarian and raised a flag in the eastern region of Southern Barbarian. He gathered a team, conquered more than a dozen cities, and became the local tyrant. The other feudal lords of Southern Barbarian did not make a move and were all watching. Even the Witch tribe was the same. The Witch Emperor did not come out to say anything, but the 9-tailed demon fox emperor of the Witch Emperor appeared in Southern Barbarian Imperial Palace. This guy was a half-step supreme emperor, stronger than the Witch Emperor. Her appearance in Southern Barbarian Imperial Palace made Xiaoya and the others very nervous. However, this 9-tailed demon fox emperor did not do anything. She just stayed in Southern Barbarian Imperial Palace. Xiaoya's direct subordinates had been sent out. Huang Fuzun dealt with King Dong in the eastern region, and the 4 great generals guarded Southern Barbarian Imperial Palace. The 120,000 Hong Tian Divine Army, left by Gu Fei, were responsible for the safety of Southern Barbarian Imperial Palace. The 4 great generals were at the Supreme Emperor Realm, which was the existence of the Eternal Realm. In fact, the 9-tailed demon fox emperor could not cause much trouble in Southern Barbarian Imperial Palace. However, the 9-tailed demon fox emperor represented the Witch Emperor, and the Witch Emperor was the ruler of the Witch tribe. The Witch tribe was the strongest force in Southern Barbarian and had the most clansmen. At this time, Xiaoya was absolutely unwilling to have any unpleasant things with the Witch tribe, because the current Southern Barbarian was chaotic enough. There were even mysterious experts sneaking into Southern Barbarian Imperial Palace to assassinate Xiaoya. Xiaoya was Gu Fei's eldest disciple. Additionally, she was also the disciple with the weakest cultivation base. There were quite a few people capable of killing Xiaoya. However, with the protection of the 4 great generals, assassinating Xiaoya was not an easy task. Although Southern Barbarian was full of undercurrents, with the 4 great generals guarding it, as long as it was not the supreme existence of the infinite realm, who could do anything to Xiaoya and the others. Of course, the demons were still eyeing them covetously. The strength of the demons couldn't be underestimated, but the demons didn't dare to invade the southern wilderness on a large scale. Because once Xiaoya and the others fought with the demons would suffer heavy losses. The Eastern Baron demon race didn't dare to push Xiaoya and the others too far. As for the West Sea, it was the territory of the West Sea Dragon clan. The West Sea Dragon clan had a very good relationship with Gu Fei. Naturally, the West Sea Dragon clan would not make things difficult for Little Ya and the others. As for the Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins, it was hard to say. In short, the southern barbarians had become the public enemy of the entire Void Realm. Xiao Ya and the others had not reached a desperate situation yet, but that was because the limitless Demon Lord could not personally take action. Even a supreme existence like the Extreme Demon Lord could not do as he pleased in the Void Realm. The limitless fire spirit was also targeted by Sacred Master Su Tian's clone. He would not allow an infinite prime to act. At this time, in the chaotic void that was infinitely far away from the Void Realm, Gu Fei was bored out of his mind. He was the only one left here. That despicable and shameless Sacred Master Su Tian actually dared to plot against him. How could he swallow this insult? Rumble. The endless, limitless divine fire burned in the chaotic void. This kind of divine fire could not be extinguished at all. It could refine everything in the world. Although the primal divine metal mountain in front of him was huge, it could not withstand the tempering of the primal divine fire. The entire primal divine metal mountain was constantly shrinking, and the impurities were constantly being refined. This primal divine metal mountain had been nurtured in the chaos for an unknown period of time. This thing was the best blacksmithing material that Gu Fei could find at the moment. After an unknown period of time, under the envelopment of the endless, limitless divine fire, the primal divine metal mountain began to change and gradually turned into a giant seal. Countless Tao patterns intertwined on the giant seal and were imprinted on it. A terrifying force condensed on the giant seal. This primal divine seal was constantly forming. There was no concept of time or space in the chaotic void. This was because this was not heaven and earth. There were no laws of heaven and earth here. Of course, since Gu Fei could walk in the chaos, his cultivation was extremely strong. He could completely ignore the chaotic turbulence. After an unknown period of time, there was a sudden rumble in the chaotic void. Endless primal chaos energy frantically gathered towards the giant seal. The primal chaos energy within hundreds of thousands of miles was completely devoured by this giant seal. This was an unimaginably strong force. Gu Fei used all his strength to produce 9 Dao seals. Each Dao seal represented a type of great Dao power. All 9 Dao seals entered the giant seal. Primal Chaos Seal form? Gu Fei roared. The mountain-like Primal Chaos Seal rapidly shrank. Then, it flew towards him and landed in his hand. Not bad. Gu Fei nodded in satisfaction. The Primal Chaos Seal was surrounded by Primal Chaos energy. It gave off an extremely strong sense of oppression. This was an unbounded Dao artifact. This was also the first time Gu Fei had refined an unbounded Dao artifact. The strength of this unbounded Dao artifact went without saying. It was a supreme Dao artifact that could injure unbounded primes. When I enter the unbounded realm, I will use this giant seal to smash that old man to pieces. Gu Fei gritted his teeth. His gaze became extremely sharp. After refining the primal chaos seal, Gu Fei began to explore the surrounding chaotic void. The chaotic void, simply put, was a void in a state of chaos. There seemed to be nothing here apart from primal chaos energy. However, this wasn't absolute. This was because some things could still be nurtured in the chaos. This primal divine metal mountain was an example. However, exploring the primal chaos void was a very dangerous and boring thing to do. Even so, he had to do it. Gu Fei continued to expand his search area. This is when Gu Fei went out to explore for the 1309th time. He actually discovered a ruin in the chaos. A ruin that floated quietly in the chaos. This ruin was simply too big. Even Gu Fei's spiritual force could not envelop the entire ruin. Moreover, this ruin seemed to be a world that had been destroyed. The destruction of a great world did not necessarily mean that it would explode into nothingness. It was also possible that the entire great world would shrink and be compressed into a wasteland without any life. This wasteland in front of him should have been formed after the destruction of a great world. When Gu Fei set foot on this wasteland, he sensed a strange aura. However, this aura was not the aura of life. This was the first time Gu Fei had sensed such an aura. Could this be an aura unique to the destruction of a great world? Gu Fei carefully walked on this wasteland. Everything he saw was a wasteland. However, he soon discovered a light in front of him. How is this possible? Chapter 54:35. After Gu Fei successfully refined the primal chaos seal outside the boundary of the unbounded realm, he began exploring the primal chaos void. When he explored for the 13,009th time, he was pleasantly surprised. He found a wasteland in a primal chaos that he had never explored before. There seemed to be nothing in this mysterious wasteland. It was a forbidden zone for life. A wasteland formed from the destruction of the world would not produce any life in the first place, because all life could not survive in the primal chaos. Of course, that was except for especially powerful life forms like Gu Fei. As Gu Fei walked on the wasteland, he sensed the strange aura that permeated the wasteland. Suddenly, he discovered a ball of light in the distance. How is this possible? Gu Fei stomped on the ground with his right foot, and in the next moment, he disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the ball of light. This ball of light was actually emitted from the body of a skeleton. A human skeleton was sitting cross-legged on a large rock, and in the skeleton's hand was a jade token. Gu Fei discovered that the light he saw was emitted from the jade token in the skeleton's hand. Good heavens, Gu Fei could not help but be moved, because he could sense that the jade token in the skeleton's hand was actually emitting a powerful wave of primal qi. This skeleton had been dead for an unknown period of time, but its bones were still as sparkling and translucent as peerless divine jade. It's at least an impressive person at the extreme Dao realm. Gu Fei sighed. A powerful existence at the extreme Dao realm had actually died here. It seemed like the calamity back then was extremely terrifying. Even an existence at the extreme Dao realm could not survive. In fact, an existence at the extreme Dao realm was already powerful enough. Even if the world was destroyed, they could still survive. However, this also depended on the world. If a world like the unbounded realm was destroyed, even an existence at the infinite prime realm would die, let alone an extreme Dao powerhouse. Perhaps this wasteland used to be an extremely powerful world, so much so that even an extreme Dao powerhouse could not survive the destruction of this world. What is this? Gu Fei stretched out his right hand, and the jade token in the skeleton's hand flew directly into his hand. The moment he grabbed the jade token, a powerful divine sense immediately rushed into his hand from the jade token. Then, it quickly moved up his arm and rushed towards his head. Haha, to think that I would still be alive after so many years. The divine will laughed heartily. This fellow was simply ecstatic. Who are you? Gu Fei was shocked. You don't have the right to know who I am. Just obediently let me refine you. The divine will said arrogantly. Gu Fei never imagined that such a thing would happen. This jade tablet actually had an indestructible divine sense attached to it. It was obvious that this fellow wanted to seize his body, refine his soul, and occupy his martial body. I don't have the right? Gu Fei smiled bitterly. In the next moment, an extremely vast spiritual strength burst out from between his eyebrows, and the divine will that rushed into his body was directly forced out. What? A faint, illusory figure trembled in the void. The divine will could no longer be fierce and directly became timid. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm willing to be Master's slave and be at Master's command. In order to survive, this divine will directly begged Gu Fei. The arrogant fellow who wanted to refine Gu Fei's spiritual soul and martial body was willing to do anything in order to live. All he wanted was to survive. In front of Gu Fei's spiritual strength, this fellow's divine will was simply so weak that it was almost negligible. This fellow actually dared to seize his body. This was simply asking for death. You're just a divine will. What value do you have? Gu Fei said disdainfully. There's value. There's value. I know a place where there might be people there. The divine will hurriedly said. What? Gu Fei's eyes instantly lit up. There was still someone alive in this wasteland? Seeing that Gu Fei was moved, this fellow hurriedly said, that is a place of refuge. Before the world was destroyed, Many people entered that place. Very well, bring me there. If you dare to lie to me, I will make it hard for you to die. Gu Fei made a grabbing motion with his right hand towards the strand of divine sense and caught it in his hand. The divine will was immediately speechless. Very quickly, Gu Fei read all the memories of this divine will. It turned out that countless years ago, this wasteland was indeed a super-large world. This super-large world was called the Flame World. This Flame World was even stronger than the Void World, second only to the Unbounded World. However, when this super-large world was discovered to its extreme, it was suddenly destroyed and became the wasteland that it was today. This was how the wasteland came to be, but how this flame world was destroyed, even this divine will did not know. Something that even an extreme Tao expert did not know. It seemed that this was the greatest secret of the flame world. The destruction of the flame world, billions of lives suffered. However, the destruction of the flame world was a process. It was not immediately destroyed. Therefore, many experts of the flame world hid in places of refuge. However, whether these places of refuge could allow them to survive was another matter. One had to know that when a super-large world like the flame world was destroyed, the destructive power that was released was absolutely terrifying to an unimaginable level. Most likely, there were few places of refuge that could withstand the destructive power. This person who only had a divine will left was called Yin Lai. He was an extreme Tao expert of the flame world. With his cultivation, he could be considered an expert in the flame world, but he could not survive. He could only leave behind a divine will and wait to be reborn. Unfortunately, after waiting for countless years, the person who came was Gu Fei. Yin Lai wanted to possess Gu Fei at this time. He was tired of living. How much longer until we arrive? Gu Fei walked on the wasteland for several hours with Yin Lai's divine will, but still did not reach the place Yin Lai spoke of. Also, the entire wasteland was not the same as before, and so much time had passed. It would not be easy to find those places of refuge. The primordial stone inscription is here, Yin Lai suddenly exclaimed. Primordial stone inscription? Gu Fei stilled when he heard this. There was something born from the primordial stone inscription here? He looked around and saw half of a stone tablet on a short mountain in the distance. This was the so-called primordial stone inscription. Before the destruction of the flame world, this primordial stone inscription was a very famous place. But now, this place was in ruins. Yin Lai sighed. Only half of the primordial stone inscription was left. It seemed that there was nothing in the flame world wasteland that was complete. The primordial stone inscription was just a few large words carved on a piece of primordial stone. Those were words left behind by a peerless expert and were incomparably precious. Because these words contained the Tao left behind by that peerless expert. If one could comprehend the Tao of the primordial stone inscription, one's cultivation would advance greatly. Therefore, this primordial stone inscription was a place of pilgrimage for countless cultivators at that time. Where is the place of refuge? Gu Fei was a little impatient. The Jade Tablet. The Jade Tablet is the key to open the small world, Yin Lai hurriedly said. Back then, he died outside because he could not enter the small world in time. Back then, only great figures were qualified to enter the small world to take refuge. The so-called place of refuge was actually a small world opened up by those great figures. Gu Fei looked at the Jade Tablet in his hand. This Jade Tablet was not something that an extreme Tao expert could refine. This Jade Tablet came from the hands of an expert who surpassed the extreme Tao realm. For Yin Lai to have such a Jade Tablet, it was inseparable from his identity. Yin Lai was a member of a large clan in the Flame World. This small world was actually opened up by an expert of Yin Lai's family. Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly activated the Jade Tablet in his hand. Buzz! The void trembled and a powerful wave of energy erupted from the Jade Tablet. Then, the entire ground began to shake. A stone door emerged from the ground. It's still here. The small world is still here. Yin Lai was extremely excited. As long as he returned to the small world, he would have a chance to turn the tables. Because an old ancestor of the Yin clan had also retreated into the small world to take refuge. If there were no accidents, This old ancestor should still be alive because the stone door was basically intact. The stone door was the entrance to the small world. If the people inside wanted to come out, they also needed to open the stone door. However, it was clear that this stone door had not been opened for a long time. The stone door was covered with cracks, as if it could collapse at any time. Return to origin. With a wave of his right hand, Gu Fei directly threw out the strand of consciousness in his hand. Then, a figure appeared in the void, and the surrounding primal chaos energy all gathered towards that figure. Soon, that figure became solid. Of course, this wasn't a body of flesh and blood. In just an instant, Gu Fei had actually reconstructed a body for Yanlai. Although it wasn't a body of flesh and blood, it was still many times better than the state of a mere consciousness. It had to be said that this Yanlai's appearance was quite good. Slender figure, sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. This guy was a handsome man. What's the use of being handsome? Gu Fei was very disdainful. Master, many thanks for Master's grace of rebirth. Yanlai was incomparably excited. Boom! At this time, the stone door that emerged from the ground suddenly exploded, turning into a ball of divine light. Lead the way. What are you waiting for? Gu Fei said to Yanlai. Yes, yes, yes. This little one will immediately lead the way for Master. Yanlai hurriedly rushed over. Chapter 54:36. When Gu Fei was exploring the chaotic void, he actually found an incomparably huge wasteland. There were actually survivors in this wasteland. This was definitely a pleasant surprise for Gu Fei. He learned about the origin of this wasteland from a guy named Yanlai's Divine Sense. This place used to be a super big world. However, for some unknown reason, when this super large world reached its limit, it actually embarked on a terrifying path of destruction. This super large world called the Flame World was originally incomparably glorious and powerful, but in the end, it still couldn't escape the fate of destruction. Even this extreme Tao realm Yanlai didn't know why the Flame World suddenly headed towards destruction. At this time, the stone door that emerged from the ground suddenly exploded. Then, a ball of divine light appeared in the void, and a powerful wave of heaven and earth power surged out of this ball of divine light. Yanlai directly rushed forward and carefully walked into this ball of divine light. Seeing Yanlai disappear inside, Gu Fei didn't immediately follow. However, he waited for a while and still didn't see Yanlai come out. This fellow dares to escape? Gu Fei raised his eyebrows. In the next moment, he took a step forward and directly walked into the ball of divine light in front of him. He only felt as if he had passed through a layer of ice-cold water membrane. In the next moment, his eyes brightened, and he saw a side of the world appear in front of him. However, that Yanlai had already disappeared without a trace. Haha, good, very good. Gu Fei laughed. A puny extreme Tao realm little fellow actually dared to escape in front of him? Moreover, this little fellow's body was reconstructed by him. Swoosh. At this time, a divine arrow shot from the sky and directly fell towards Gu Fei's head. Gu Fei didn't even dodge and directly let the divine arrow hit his head. Then, the divine arrow directly rebounded, unable to harm him at all. At this time, he found himself standing on an array platform. There was nothing around the array platform, not even a tree. The array platform was surrounded by withered yellow weeds. Lacking vitality, Gu Fei frowned. This small world wasn't very big, and it lacked vitality. It was obvious that this inner world had been isolated from the outside world for too long. A pocket world also required energy to maintain. If a pocket world was isolated from the outside world, then it would need to consume the yuan qi of the experts in the pocket world to support this pocket world. At this time, countless divine arrows fell from the sky, directly falling towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei was too lazy to make a move. Countless divine arrows fell from the sky and hit Gu Fei's body, but they all bounced off. Not a single divine arrow could hurt Gu Fei. At this time, a large group of people rushed out from a distant city and charged towards Gu Fei. What's going on? When Gu Fei saw the formation of these people, he was immediately stunned. Do they need to run? Carrying a machete, holding a spear, and carrying a bow and arrow, was this a normal fight? In particular, The aura of this group of people could only be described as weak. A group of people who aren't even immortals? A group of people who aren't even immortals? What's going on? Are they messing with me? Gu Fei didn't expect to encounter such a group of people. The leader of this group was riding a horse that was as thin as a match. When the horse galloped, Gu Fei was worried that it would fall to the ground at any time. The person riding the horse was a valiant and formidable-looking woman. Why was this woman said to be valiant and formidable-looking? It was because she was an extremely beautiful woman. Moreover, she was young and wore animal skin. She looked fair and clean, but she still pretended to be very fierce. Was this the legendary act of showing off? Charge. Kill. This group of people were like mountain bandits, directly charging in front of Gu Fei. Young miss, why did you stop? A man carrying an axe shouted at the woman on the horse. If you don't stop, then you do it. Young miss said, pretend that I didn't say anything. That man immediately backed down. He didn't want to back down, but in front of young miss, he had no choice. The legendary path to the outside world has opened. The young miss acted as if she couldn't see Gu Fei. She only stared at the ball of divine light behind Gu Fei. Legendary? Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he heard that. Who are you? Are you from the outside world? Young miss looked at Gu Fei and asked, do you often have outsiders here? Gu Fei smiled. No outsiders have ever entered our place. Young miss stared at Gu Fei as though she was looking at a monster, not even blinking. Then, do you think I'm an outsider? Gu Fei looked at these people. These people were too tragic to look at. They weren't even immortals or gods. Once they went outside, they would only end up dead. Moreover, the situation of this small world was not good. It had declined to an unbearable degree. In a few hundred years, this small world would be finished. If Gu Fei didn't come, the people here would naturally die. He hadn't seen such a strange person for a long time. No one would have thought that the person hiding in this small world would turn into an ordinary person. Outsider. He's actually an outsider. The group of people behind young miss were extremely excited. Haha, honored guest. Sorry for not going out to meet you. Please? Young miss actually jumped down from the horse and enthusiastically invited Gu Fei into the city. Where did Yanlai go? Gu Fei released his divine sense, but he found that his divine sense couldn't enter the city. Under the perception of his divine sense, he was shocked to find that this side of the world was really at the end of the line, which made him very surprised. This city was not simple. Gu Fei was an infinite prime, but his divine sense couldn't enter this city. Could it be that this city was protected by an infinite prime formation? The flame world in the past was an incomparably glorious superworld. An infinite prime might have been born in the flame world. However, if Gu Fei wanted to destroy this city, it wouldn't be difficult. Forget it. Yanlai won't be able to go anywhere. Gu Fei followed the young miss into the city. The city wasn't big, but there were many people living in it. However, what surprised Gu Fei was that there wasn't a single existence above the immortal realm. In other words, they were just ordinary people. How can this be? Gu Fei was a little curious. Something might have happened here. Otherwise, how could the people here be ordinary people? One should know that the Yin clan here used to be a super force in the flame world. Their ancestor was one of the strongest existences in the flame world back then. Yin Shi was the city lord of this Yin Tian city. Because her cultivation was the highest in the entire Yin Tian city, her fists were the toughest. Therefore, she was the boss and everyone had to listen to her. Moreover, Yin Shi's family was also the strongest in the city. Everyone in the city had the surname Yin, but the direct bloodline was Yin Shi's. After countless years, the other bloodlines had become strangers. However, the direct bloodline of the Yin clan still ruled this Yin Tian city. Yin Shi set up a banquet to welcome Gu Fei. You guys are so unaccountably solicitous. Hee, what do you want? Gu Fei sat down and looked at the table full of delicacies, but he didn't eat. It's nothing big. We just want you to help us leave this place. Yin Shi smiled. The outside world has already perished. You will die if you go out now. Gu Fei shook his head and said, We will die if we go out. Then how can you live outside? Yin Shi said disapprovingly. I'm different. Gu Fei looked at Yin Shi. All right, State your conditions, Yin Shi said helplessly. What conditions? Gu Fei played dumb. Stop pretending. It's too much. Yin Shi's face became solemn. TSK. A little girl wants to threaten me? Save it. As long as I feel like it, I can destroy this small world with a flick of my finger. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Are you really the legendary great mediator? Yin Shi was not afraid when she heard this. Instead, she was very excited. What is a great mediator? Gu Fei said indifferently. Hee, there have always been legends about great mediators here. Legend has it that our ancestors also had great mediators, but no one knows why they disappeared. Yin Shi explained. You don't even know how your ancestors disappeared? Gu Fei was really speechless. It seemed that something unknown had happened in this small world. Otherwise, how could the so-called great mediators in this small world disappear? This was especially true for the old ancestors of the Yin clan. Back then, they had all hidden in this small world to take refuge. They would definitely not disappear for no reason. Although Gu Fei was curious, it didn't seem to have anything to do with him. He was lucky enough to be able to find this wasteland and find the people who were still alive in the wasteland. He wondered how many small worlds like this there were in this wasteland. Since the Yin race could hide in a small world when Yin world was destroyed, then the other superforces in Yin world could also hide in a small world. It seemed that there might be many living people in the wasteland. Thinking of this, a crazy idea suddenly appeared in Gu Fei's mind. I really don't know. Yin Shi held her cheeks and looked at Gu Fei. She was very familiar with everyone in Yin Tian City. Therefore, she was very sure that this guy was an outsider. The legendary great divinity had actually appeared in front of her, which made her extremely excited. Although the old ancestor disappeared for some reason, Yin Shi's family still had records of their old ancestor. And their old ancestor was a great mediator. This small world of yours is about to be destroyed, Gu Fei said indifferently. I know, Yin Shi said. You know? Chapter 54:37. In this endless wasteland, there used to be a super big world that was developed to the extreme. This shocked Gu Fei. He learned about this wasteland from Yin Lai. This was a lifeless place formed after the destruction of Flame World. In reality, Flame World's territory was many times larger than this wasteland. But one day, Flame World started to walk towards destruction. The process of Flame World's destruction was not very fast because Flame World did not directly explode into dust. Instead, it started to shrink. When Flame World started to shrink, the destructive power it produced destroyed all life. However, many powerful beings hid in their little worlds at the critical moment. The little world that Yin Shi was in was one of the Yin race's little worlds. In the past, many important figures took refuge here. But today, all the important figures in the Yin race's little world had disappeared. Even the direct descendants of the Yin race did not know why their old ancestors suddenly disappeared. This was an unsolved mystery in the Yin race's little world. What made Gu Fei speechless was that there was not a single true cultivator in the Yin race's little world. How was this possible? The Yin race was one of the strongest races in Flame World in the past. How did they fall to such a state? However, Gu Fei soon found out the reason. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this small world of the Yin clan was too thin. How could such a thin spiritual energy of heaven and earth give birth to a powerful existence? Even if the Yin race had all kinds of powerful cultivation methods, this place could not give birth to true cultivators. This was the tragedy of the Yin race. But now, Gu Fei came. Yin Shi was very shrewd. This outsider was a great esper. They were small shrimps and were definitely not a match for this great esper. If the other wanted to destroy them, it would only take a flick of a finger. Therefore, she had to try her best to please this guy. Yin Shi set up a banquet to entertain Gu Fei. They took out their best food. This was a feast that could only be eaten during a grand festival. At this time, many people were sticking their heads out. Please save us. Yin Shi began to use her pestering methods. When had Gu Fei ever encountered such a situation? Soon, a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Save us, please. Yin Shi began to act like a spoiled child. What the? When those guys who were peeking their heads out saw this scene, they immediately fell to the ground. Is the cute little girl acting cute, our city lord? Gu Fei was a blockhead. Even if he had cultivated for countless years, he was still an unromantic fellow. That was why he couldn't pick up girls. This was Gu Fei's weakness. He only had one wife, and the number of confidants he had could be counted with one hand. Therefore, he really couldn't deal with Yin Shi. All right, I promise to save you. Okay. Under Yin Shi's offensive, Gu Fei finally couldn't hold on any longer. In fact, given his current situation, he was eager to find more people to help him. After all, it would be too miserable if he was the only one wandering in the endless chaos. That Sacred Master Su Tian was a good example. When he thought of Sacred Master Su Tian, Gu Fei went crazy. He really didn't expect Sacred Master Su Tian to plot against him and use him to break open the boundary of the limitless realm. She was digging a grave for him. Fortunately, he kept an eye out. Otherwise, he would have really died. In fact, Gu Fei didn't leave that eye of vigilance to guard against Sacred Master Su Tian. He thought that his goal was the same as Sacred Master Su Tian's. Sacred Master Su Tian wanted to rely on him to help open the boundary wall of the limitless realm, so Gu Fei wouldn't attack him. However, who would have thought that something that Gu Fei didn't expect would happen? You are the benefactor of our Yin tribe. How about I repay you with my body? Yin Shi raised her wine glass and looked at Gu Fei seductively. Shit! A drop of cold sweat flowed down from Gu Fei's forehead and landed on the table. An honorable supreme of the limitless realm was actually scared off by a little girl. If others knew about this, they would definitely laugh their heads off. However, Gu Fei's EQ was just that low. This couldn't be helped. Gu Fei waved his right hand. In the next moment, Yin Shi flew out of the house as if she was riding on a cloud and directly flew out of Yintian City. When the people outside saw this, they were immediately dumbfounded. Can't you let me have a good meal? Gu Fei said helplessly. City Lord, the people who were waiting outside immediately chased after Yin Shi. The people outside had also run away. Finally, there was no one to disturb him while he was eating. He hadn't eaten such an exquisite meal in a long time. After sending Yin Shi off, Gu Fei started eating. He ate a lot of meat and drank a lot of wine. He was in a good mood. Great divine ability. Great divine ability. Although Yin Shi was thrown out of Yintian City by Gu Fei, she was extremely excited. The divine ability that Gu Fei displayed was enough to prove that he was a true great divine ability. Great divine ability was a legendary existence in the small world of the Yin clan. Gu Fei's throw directly threw Yin Shi into a small forest about 100 miles away from Yintian City. Yin Shi smashed into the small forest. Yin Shi wasn't injured, but when she walked out of the small forest, she was stunned. She didn't see Yintian City. This is going to be troublesome. Yin Shi knew that she probably wouldn't be able to return to Yintian City for a while. She was burning with anxiety. If Gu Fei were to leave, they would suffer a great loss. Yin Shi still hadn't returned to Yintian City. At this moment, within Flame Sky City, a fellow sneaked out of the city and headed towards a mountain range outside the city. That was the Yin clan's ancestral mountain. A figure silently followed behind that person. That person was very careful, cunning, and vigilant. However, no matter how cunning he was, he couldn't sense the existence of the person behind him. The Yin clan's ancestral mountain was the only mountain in the Yin clan's small world. The Yin clan's ancestral mountain contained the tombs of the past generations. Their ancestors were all buried in the ancestral mountain. Yinlai, this guy. The person behind this guy was naturally Gu Fei. The person who rushed to the Yin clan's ancestral mountain under the cover of the night was Yinlai, who had previously disappeared. This guy finally showed up. Chapter 54:38. The Yin clan's small world wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Yintian City was shrouded in an aura that could even interfere with Gu Fei's divine sense. Yinlai hid in Yintian City, so Gu Fei naturally couldn't sense his existence. However, Yinlai finally couldn't help but come out at night. He took advantage of the darkness to sneak out of Yintian City. The moment Yinlai stepped out of Yintian City, Gu Fei sensed him. What is this guy doing in that place? Gu Fei also knew that the mountain range was the Yin clan's ancestral mountain. The Yin clan's ancestral mountain was the graveyard of the fallen experts of the Yin clan. Could it be that this place was hiding some kind of secret? At this time, Gu Fei suddenly realized that he hadn't searched Yin Lai's divine sense thoroughly. For an existence like Yin Lai, who was at the extreme Tao level, it wasn't difficult to tamper with his divine sense memories. I was careless. Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. Yin Lai was much more cunning than he had imagined. But so what? In the face of absolute power, it was useless for Yin Lai to be cunning. Yin Lai was far from recovering his extreme Tao realm cultivation. If he wanted to kill Yin Lai, he only needed to snap his fingers. The Yin clan's ancestral mountain was about 300 miles away from Yin Tian City. For people like Yin Shi who weren't even immortals, such a distance was incomparably far. However, for Yin Lai, it was a distance that could be covered in an instant. Soon, Yin Lai arrived outside the Yin clan's ancestral mountain. After all, this was the Yin clan's ancestral mountain. There were more than 10 Yin clan members guarding the mountain gate, but no one noticed that 2 people had entered the ancestral mountain. The entire ancestral mountain stood tall on the ground, giving off a gloomy and terrifying atmosphere. It should be known that many of the Yin clan's ancestors were buried in the ancestral mountain. Therefore, it was inevitable that a terrifying corpse aura would appear on the ancestral mountain. After a peerless expert died, if their corpses didn't decay, they could undergo a corpse transformation. However, if the corpse decayed, it would produce corpse qi, corpse poison, and so on. This was also very troublesome. The Yin clan's ancestral mountain had always been a forbidden ground for the Yin clan. Only on the day of worship, once a year, could the members of the Yin clan ascend the mountain to worship their ancestors. At other times, even the important figures of the Yin clan were not allowed to ascend the mountain. Because the ancestral mountain was very dangerous, filled with unknown dangers. However, in Gu Fei's eyes, the Yin clan's ancestral mountain was not some dangerous place. Yin Lai directly headed towards the peak of the mountain. Even if he passed by some great tombs, he would still directly rush past them. Soon, Yin Lai reached the top. At the peak of the Yin clan's ancestral mountain was a tomb. However, this tomb was very simple. It was merely a mound of earth. In fact, it did not even have a tombstone. Without a tombstone, it was impossible to tell whose grave it was. However, to Gu Fei's surprise, Yin Lai's right foot stepped on the ground in front of the tomb, and the ground opened up. Yin Lai doesn't even think about it as he directly jumps into the crack in the ground. What the hell? Gu Fei's eyes couldn't help but sharpen when he saw this. At this moment, the crack in the ground was actually continuously repairing itself. It seemed like it was about to disappear. In a flash, Gu Fei also rushed in. The moment Gu Fei rushed in, the crack in the ground disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never been there. The underground passage was very long and seemed to lead directly to the Earth's core. However, Gu Fei was very clear that this small world wasn't very big and that there would soon be an end. Sure enough, a light came from below. Gu Fei had already turned invisible. He had perfectly merged with his surroundings. No one could sense his existence. Then, a huge space appeared in front of Gu Fei. The Yin clan's ancestral mountain really had a secret. He saw that the huge space was completely enveloped by a layer of divine light. Silhouettes that seemed to have existed since time immemorial were sitting cross-legged in that space without moving. So that's how it is. At this moment, Gu Fei finally understood why the big shots of the Yin clan had suddenly disappeared from the Yin clan's small world. They had all been hiding here. This was a space that was independent of the Yin clan's small world. There was nothing here except spiritual energy. That's right, only spiritual energy that could sustain the big shots of the Yin clan. The source of this spiritual energy was the primal chaos outside this space. Not bad. Gu Fei saw through this space with a glance. The big shots of the Yin clan could actually absorb spiritual energy from the primal chaos. This wasn't something that ordinary people could do. There were a total of 15 patriarchs of the Yin clan hiding in this enormous space. All of them were in a deep slumber and would not wake up easily. Because the spiritual energy here was barely enough to sustain their survival, these guys didn't dare to go anywhere. They couldn't go anywhere. Going out would consume their vitality. Every bit of vitality consumed would be lost. The Yin clan's small world didn't have any spiritual energy to replenish their vitality. Gu Fei sensed. The strongest of the Yin clan ancestors hiding here was actually in the half-step infinity realm. That guy really was a super expert. This was enough to prove that the Yin clan was extremely powerful in the distant past, surpassing the eternal realm, half-step infinity realm. Even the native beings of the void realm couldn't reach this level of cultivation. And among these guys, the one with the weakest cultivation is Yin Lai. Old ancestor, I've returned. Yin Lai is about to cry. He kowtows towards the ancestors sitting cross-legged in the void. Yin Lai, what's the situation in the outside world? An ancestor suddenly opened his eyes, and an ancient voice resounded in this huge space. Third-generation ancestor, the flame world is destroyed. Everything is destroyed. Yin Lai cried. You don't need to be sad. This is already within our expectations. The third-generation ancestor of the Yin clan said indifferently. Yin Lai stilled when he heard this. This third-generation ancestor could still be so calm after hearing the news of the flame world's destruction? As expected of the third-generation ancestor, the world can be destroyed, but it can also be reborn. Perhaps now is the time. The third-generation ancestor said indifferently. Yin Lai was even more shocked when he heard this. Is there a great secret in the clan that I don't know? Interesting. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded. What? Yin Lai's shock was no different from a smile. Whoosh! Two beams of divine light rushed out of the third-generation ancestor's eyes and swept towards a figure in the sky. It's you? When Yin Lai saw the figure descending from the sky, he was even more dumbfounded. The person who had come was the master he had just recognized, Gu Fei. Hee, you dare betray me? You've got some guts. Gu Fei glanced at Yin Lai. Yin Lai is so scared that he's shivering, already unable to speak. There was nothing he could do. The pressure Gu Fei gave him was too strong. In front of Gu Fei, he was as weak as an ant. He couldn't even think of resisting. Who are you? At this time, even the Yin clan's third-generation ancestor couldn't help but be moved. This place was very secretive. Ever since it had been sealed, no one had been able to enter. Only Yin Lai, who had been sent out, knew how to enter this place. In fact, the Yin clan's members outside the Yin clan's pocket world had long been abandoned by the 15 great ancestors of the Yin clan. They had been left to fend for themselves outside. Who am I? I'm this fellow's master. Are you satisfied with this answer? Gu Fei smiled. What? The Yin clan's third-generation ancestor's expression immediately turned gloomy. This person was probably telling the truth because Yin Lai had been scared out of his wits when this person had appeared. All right, let's not waste any more time. Do you submit to me or die? Choose, Gu Fei said indifferently. At this time, apart from the Yin clan's third-generation ancestor, the other ancestors of the Yin clan had yet to awaken from their deep slumber. I choose to kill you, the Yin clan's third-generation ancestor said coldly. In the next moment, he waved his right hand and a cold light immediately shot towards Gu Fei. Then you can die. Gu Fei pointed his finger and immediately destroyed the cold light. In the next moment, the light from his finger directly pierced the Yin clan's third-generation ancestor's forehead. Then, the Yin clan's third-generation ancestor dissipated into the void with boundless unwillingness and fear. His body and soul had been completely destroyed. You killed the third-generation ancestor? Yin Lai's voice trembled as he spoke. So what if I killed him? He's just a fellow at the great success of the extreme grade. Gu Fei said indifferently. Master, I didn't want to betray you. Master, please spare my life. Master, please spare my life. Yin Lai immediately turned over and prostrated on the ground, begging Gu Fei to spare his life. Even the third-generation ancestor, who was at the great success of the extreme grade, had been killed by Gu Fei's finger. What about Yin Lai? This guy Yin Lai is lying on the ground, terrified to the extreme. He keeps banging his head, and cracks appear on his forehead one after another. He didn't have a body of flesh and blood. Even this body was reconstructed by Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't care whether he killed Yin Lai or not. However, What surprised Gu Fei was that the other Yin clan's ancestors were still in a deep sleep. None of them showed any signs of waking up. Gu Fei knew that these guys were in a deep sleep. In this state of deep sleep, they wouldn't wake up even if they were cut into 8 pieces. Take them away first. With a wave of his hand, Gu Fei sucked the patriarchs of the Yin clan into his internal world along with the surrounding space. What should I do with you? Gu Fei looked at the shivering Yin Lai and asked, Master, please spare my life. Just treat me as a fart and let me go. Chapter 54:39. In the end, Gu Fei did not kill Yin Lai. It should be known that in the primal chaos, he really hoped to meet a human. This Yin Lai was the first human he met. Of course, although this guy survived the great destruction of the flame world, he was only left with a strand of consciousness. Yin Lai was an extreme Tao realm expert. Although only a strand of consciousness was left, he could still return to his origin, reconstruct his divine soul, and recover. Of course, if this fellow's divine sense was scattered, then he would be completely dead, and it would be impossible for him to recover. This time, Yin Lai had made a great contribution by capturing all the Yin clan's ancestors in one fell swoop. Gu Fei naturally had to reward this guy. If Yin Lai had not led the way, how could he have found the Yin clan's ancestors' lair? As for how to deal with these Yin clan's ancestors, Gu Fei's idea was very simple. If they did not submit, then kill them. Simple and direct, there was nothing to say. At this time, Yin Lai had also seen Gu Fei's methods. This master of his would kill people at the slightest disagreement. Therefore, Yin Lai did not dare to be careless in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei and Yin Lai returned to Yin Tian City without anyone noticing. The night was silent. The city was in chaos as soon as the sky brightened. Yin Shi had already returned long ago. As soon as the sky brightened, she impatiently sent people to search for Gu Fei in the city. This was because Gu Fei did not return to the city lord's mansion. Instead, he stayed at an inn in the city. When Yin Shi returned and did not see Gu Fei, she immediately panicked. That guy couldn't have left the Yin clan's small world like she had guessed, right? Yin Shi was also very clear about what the Yin clan was facing. The Yin clan's small world had already deteriorated to the extreme. At most, it could only hold on for another few hundred years before the Yin clan's small world collapsed. At that time, everyone in the small world would die, and the Yin clan would be exterminated. Yin Shi did not want to die, and even more so, did not want the Yin clan to be exterminated. Although she was not even an immortal god, she could still live for hundreds of years. The lifespan of the Yin race had always been very long. It was common to see elders who were hundreds of years old in the city. Because Gu Fei stayed in the inn at night, not many people had seen Gu Fei. Therefore, even though Yin Shi had turned the city upside down, she couldn't even see a shadow of Gu Fei. When Gu Fei came out to look for food, he was noticed by one of Yin Shi's men. City Lord, we found it, we found it. Yin Shi's subordinate ran back to report like a madman. Even his shoes fell off. Found it? Where is it? Hearing this, Yin Shi pulled the guy over and yelled at him. It's at Feng Lai Tavern. That person hurriedly said. Whoosh. Yin Shi disappeared on the spot. The surrounding subordinates only felt a strong gust of wind blowing against their faces. They were all dumbfounded. Did the city lord need to run so fast? Feng Lai Tavern was just a small inn in Yin Tian City. What was this guy doing in a small inn? Yin Shi flew to Feng Lai Tavern. City. The innkeeper was overjoyed when he saw Yin Shi. He was about to step forward and salute, but Yin Shi directly rushed into the inn, leaving the innkeeper in a daze. Haha, great benefactor. You're actually here. You really made me look for you. Yin Shi rushed into the inn and immediately saw Gu Fei, who was eating breakfast in the inn. Behind Gu Fei, there was also a servant standing respectfully. In fact, with Gu Fei's cultivation, the food of the human world was actually not essential to him. However, he had not seen people for a long time, so it was very rare for him to enjoy the food of the human world. And the servant standing behind Gu Fei was naturally Yin Lai. Yin Shi directly sat down at the table. Boss, a bowl of soybean milk, Yin Shi said loudly. After seeing Gu Fei, she calmed down. This guy had not left Yin Tian City yet. It seemed that he was still trustworthy. City Lord, your soybean milk. The innkeeper personally came up with the soybean milk. This was the City Lord, a big shot that couldn't be invited normally. If he could curry favor with the City Lord, then he would have a meteoric rise. Who is this? Don't you want to introduce him? She glanced at Yin Lai, who was standing behind Gu Fei with his hands hanging down. He is your old ancestor, Gu Fei said with a smile. What? This kind of joke can't be made. She frowned and said, I didn't say anything wrong. Gu Fei shrugged and said, she couldn't help but stare at Yin Lai behind Gu Fei. You still haven't told the City Lord who you are? Gu Fei held up the soybean milk and took a sip. This thing was really delicious. A warm current flowed directly into his abdomen and then spread around, making his whole body feel warm. Yes, master. Yin Lai immediately and cautiously stood up from behind Gu Fei. My name is Yin Lai. I am the 12th generation direct descendant of the Yin clan. What about you? Yin Lai looked at Yin Shi and said indifferently, What? Yin Shi heard this and was really shocked. The Yin clan's genealogy was still well preserved in the City Lord's mansion. This guy was actually the 12th generation direct descendant of the Yin clan. How was this possible? Didn't the 12th generation clansmen disappear long ago? The Yin clan had been passed down for more than 300 generations. The 12th generation clansmen were naturally their old ancestor. Moreover, the gap in seniority was too big. How can you prove it? Yin Shi was depressed. TCH, do I still need to prove it? Yin Lai said and retreated behind Gu Fei, standing with his hands hanging down. Yin Shi was speechless. This guy actually disdained to prove his identity. What kind of rhythm was this? What was going on? Is he really my old ancestor? Yin Shi asked Gu Fei after a while. What do you think? Gu Fei smiled and didn't say much. At this time, a large group of people came outside the Fenglai Inn. This group of people directly blocked the entrance of the inn, but they didn't rush into the inn. All of you, behave a bit, Yin Shi shouted towards the people outside the inn. Yes, yes, yes. Although the people outside the inn complied, it was still chaotic. After Gu Fei finished his breakfast, he said to Yin Shi, You go back and prepare. We'll leave in 3 days. So fast? Yin Shi was surprised to hear this. You think it's fast? Why don't you not leave? Gu Fei said indifferently, Go, go, go. Why don't we leave? Don't tell me we're going to stay here and wait for death, Yin Shi said, and immediately got up to leave. Then, she rushed out in a hurry. 3 days? Gu Fei only gave her 3 days. It wasn't easy to arrange for all the clansmen to leave this small world in these 3 days. However, since Gu Fei only gave her 3 days, then 3 days. Yin Shi immediately went to do it. In fact, the Yin clansmen in Flame Sky City already knew that the Yin clan's small world wouldn't last for long. Therefore, when Yin Shi shouted, everyone immediately responded. No one wanted to die. No one wanted the Yin clan to be exterminated. Thus, a strange scene appeared in Flame Sky City. Everyone was packing their things. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but secretly nod. That Yin, she still had some prestige in the Yin clan. Everyone in Flame Sky City was packing their things. They were extremely busy, but Gu Fei was very leisurely. You ancestors don't care about their life and death? On top of Flame Sky City's city wall, Gu Fei said to Yin Lai. Hearing this, Yin Lai didn't know how to answer for a while. The clansmen in the Yin clan's small world had been abandoned by the ancestors. Yin Lai didn't have any feelings for these clansmen because they had been here for hundreds of generations. Moreover, for people like them who had almost endless lives, they didn't put these ant-like fellows in their eyes. The Yin clan here had already completely declined. There wasn't even a decent cultivator. You guys are very cold-blooded. Gu Fei helplessly shook his head. Yin Lai and these guys thought that they were high above, overlooking the common people. Who would have thought that they had completely forgotten their original intentions? Gu Fei still maintained his original intentions. Even the weakest creature was still a life and needed to be respected. However, what was the point of keeping people like the Yin clan's third-generation ancestor, who would kill people at the slightest disagreement? Those guys thought that they could control the life and death of others. Who would have thought that Gu Fei could also control their life and death? Hearing this, Yin Lai didn't dare to speak. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. All the people of Yin Tian City had packed their luggage and were then summoned by Yin Shi to the square in the city, ready to leave this damned place. Gu Fei came with Yin Lai. How is it? It's okay, right? Yin Shi greeted them. Not bad. Gu Fei looked at the densely packed people in the square and nodded. Yin Shi was very proud. Yes, you seem to have misunderstood. Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. What did you say? Yin Shi was startled when she heard this. Today, I'll let you see what's called great magical power. As Gu Fei said this, he raised his right hand. A ball of divine light immediately rushed out from his hand, shrouding the entire small world in an instant. Rumble. The entire small world shook. All the people in the square were incomparably frightened, not knowing what was going on. Then, the edge of the entire small world unexpectedly collapsed. The void distorted, and then merged into another larger world. The entire small world was absorbed into Gu Fei's inner world and became a part of it. Powerful heaven and earth power and vast heaven and earth spiritual qi immediately rushed into this area from all directions, and the withered flowers, plants, and trees regained their vitality. In Yin Shi's view, this scene was simply inconceivable. In a very short period of time, their small world had undergone earth-shaking changes. The entire world was full of vitality. How was this possible? Weren't they going to leave this part of the world? What did Gu Fei do? In their eyes, this was simply a miracle. But in Yin Lai's eyes, Gu Fei had swallowed and refined a part of the world with a raise of his hand. Chapter 5440. It was as easy as lifting a finger for Gu Fei to save the people of the Yin tribe. At this moment, in the Yin tribe's Yin Tian city, countless clansmen of the Yin tribe who had gathered on the square were dumbfounded. They had no idea what was happening. The entire world seemed to have changed. The sky became clearer and a godly sun hung high up in the sky, radiating scorching light. How is this possible? Godly sun. The legendary godly sun? The people in the Yin Tian city were in an uproar because the godly sun was a legendary thing. In the Yin tribe's small world, there was no godly Sunday. Forget about the godly sun. There was not even a star. However, in the Yin tribe's small world, there was still the alternation of day and night. A godly sun appeared high up in the sky. What was going on? The world has changed? Yin Shi was also dumbfounded. This is my world. I am the ruler. Gu Fei said proudly. This is your world? Yin Shi was even more shocked when she heard this. It seemed that she had severely underestimated Gu Fei. This guy was many times stronger than she had imagined. That's right. This guy was someone who could enter the Yin tribe's small world from the outside. Over the years, no one could enter the Yin tribe's small world. All right, you guys can live here. Don't worry about the place not being big enough. This is an almost perfect world. There are also powerful living beings here. Gu Fei explained to Yin Shi. Gu Fei's inner world had been refined by him for countless years. It had nurtured countless living beings, and many humans lived here. This was also the place where his army of death was stationed. Of course, his army of death was only stationed in a certain area of this world. In the depths of this world, the immortal divine medicine grew. It was also the place where the divine spring of life was located. Therefore, this inner world was extremely important to Gu Fei. It was his trump card. This inner world would only collapse when Gu Fei truly died. As long as Gu Fei didn't die, his inner world would continue to exist. When Gu Fei arrived at the boundary wall of the limitless realm, his body had exploded twice. However, he hadn't truly perished either time. Therefore, his inner world hadn't been affected much. All right, that's all. I'll be leaving first. I'll come and chat with you again when I'm free. Gu Fei is about to take Yin Lai and leave, because he really could not wait any longer. Since the flame race could survive the great destruction of the flame world and had survived for so long in the pocket world, then the other factions in the flame world might be able to survive as well. Therefore, he wanted to continue walking on the wasteland to see if he could find other survivors. Don't go. I'm not familiar with this place. Yin Shi was anxious and pulled Gu Fei's sleeve. I see. Gu Fei thought for a moment and then pointed a finger at Yin Shi's forehead. In the next moment, a thought entered Yin Shi's mind. In an instant, countless things appeared in Yin Shi's mind. The sudden addition of these things directly confused her. By the time she comes back to her senses, Gu Fei and Yin Lai are long gone. Cultivation method? Yin Shi was surprised and overjoyed. The things that Gu Fei had inserted into her mind included cultivation methods. Moreover, she also learned some things about this world. This world was truly created by Gu Fei. Moreover, this world was many times larger than the Flame Race's pocket world. The laws of the world here were also extremely powerful. Therefore, the beings that were born here were also very powerful. If they encountered those beings, the Flame Race wouldn't be enough. At this time, what Yin Shi didn't know was that some powerful beings had already entered the Flame Race's territory. The Flame Race's pocket world was smelted into Gu Fei's inner world and turned into a small region. This region was called Yin Province. This Yin Province was the territory that Gu Fei had bestowed to the Flame Race. The beings in the surrounding regions were naturally curious about the sudden appearance of this region. However, the heaven and earth spiritual energy in this region was too thin. Some truly powerful beings disdained to set foot in such a region. However, those birds and beasts also directly broke into this region. Swoosh! Soon, a huge shadow flew over the sky of Yin Tian City. This made Yin Shi and the others inexplicably shocked. This is not a good place. Yin Shi and the others immediately prepared for battle. The entire Yin Tian City became busy again. This outcome made everyone in the city very satisfied. They didn't need to move or leave their homes. This made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Roar! Soon, the faint roars of wild beasts came from afar. This caused Yin Shi to be extremely shocked. Those birds and beasts were really fast. Just as Yin Shi mobilized the people in the city to protect Yin Tian City, Gu Fei and Yin Lai appeared on the wastelands of Flame World again. Gu Fei's thinking was too simple. He and Yin Lai carefully searched the wastelands, but they couldn't find a hidden pocket world in the void. How is this possible? Even Yin Lai felt it was inconceivable. He directly brought Gu Fei to the mountain gate of a former super sect in Flame World. This super sect had once ranked in the top 10 of Flame World and was one of the strongest super factions. Even the Flame Race's strength could not compare to this super sect. This super sect was called Longevity Sect. However, when Gu Fei and Yin Lai arrived in front of the mountain gate of the Longevity Sect, they discovered that the mountain gate of the Longevity Sect had already collapsed long ago. Only a broken stone lion remained standing beneath the entire mountain gate. Gu Fei had no worries and directly walked into Longevity Sect. Yin Lai was very wary of this place. He carefully followed behind Gu Fei. As one of the former top 10 super factions of Flame World, the ancestral land of Longevity Sect was not a good place. This place was once covered with layers of formations. But now, the countless formations that had enveloped the Longevity Sect had vanished into thin air. However, the buildings here were better preserved compared to other places. Maybe the ancestral land of Longevity Sect protected the buildings here to a certain extent when Flame World was destroyed, but the power of destruction was too strong. Even though the ancestral land of Longevity Sect was covered with layers of super formations, it was still completely destroyed. That is, halfway up the mountain, Gu Fei saw a skeleton lying among the rocks on the side of the mountain path. Flame World had been destroyed for countless years, but this person's bones were still preserved. He must have had cultivation above the extreme Tao when he was alive. Even Longevity Sect couldn't escape the fate of destruction. Chapter 54-41. The Flame World was destroyed and turned into an endless wasteland. There was not a trace of life here. Everything had turned into ruins. There was nothing in the entire wasteland that was intact. Everything was destroyed. The destructive power of this world was terrifying to the extreme. Gu Fei and Yin Lai walked on the wasteland. They wanted to find other people hiding in the small world, or other living beings. However, they wandered around the wasteland for a long time and did not find even a strand of hair. At this time, Gu Fei and Yin Lai came to the ancestral land of the Longevity Sect, one of the 10 super forces of the Flame World. This place was once the holy land of cultivation in the hearts of the billions of living beings in the flame world. In the past, countless people in the flame world were proud to be able to enter the longevity sect. However, the longevity sect was very strict in accepting disciples. Not everyone could enter the longevity sect. Even some geniuses had the danger of being eliminated in the longevity sect's entrance examination. However, the current longevity sect had become ruins. It was not until Gu Fei reached halfway up the mountain that he found a corpse. There's nothing special about this skeleton. After Yin Lai carefully examines the skeleton, he picks up a jade tablet beside it. This jade tablet did not have a trace of spirit light. The spirit energy had long since disappeared. Hong Xian. Yin Lai turned over the other side of the jade tablet and saw two ancient characters engraved on the jade tablet. You know him? Gu Fei glanced at the corpse on the ground. Hong Xian, that was an elder of the longevity sect. Yin Lai sighed. An elder of the longevity sect had died here. It seemed that it was not easy for the people of the longevity sect to survive. Gu Fei did not say anything and continued to walk up the mountain. Soon, he found a second corpse. It was also a skeleton. Everything on this skeleton had decayed, leaving only a skeleton. He continued to walk up. Then, Gu Fei and the others saw more and more corpses. They even saw an immortal corpse, vivid and lifelike. Even the blood on its wounds had not dried. Early eternal level? When Gu Fei saw the corpse nailed to the stone wall by a spear, he couldn't help but frown. Such a powerful fellow was nailed to death by a spear just like that? This was a powerhouse of the eternal realm. The eternal realm was many times more powerful than the extreme Tao realm. Those who could kill early-level eternal existences had to be at least mid-level eternal existences. As for those who could easily kill early-level eternal existences, they had to be at least at the large perfection eternal realm. Its ancestor Hongyang. He died here. Yin Lai was extremely shocked when he saw that person. There weren't many eternal realm experts among the Yin clan's old ancestors. However, there were many eternal realm experts among the longevity sect's old ancestors. Old ancestor Hongyang was an early-stage eternal ancestor of the longevity sect. An early-stage eternal realm expert would be one of the strongest even in the undestroyed flame world. Did someone destroy the longevity sect? Yin Lai said with incomparable shock. What's so surprising about that? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. However, he seemed to smell the scent of a conspiracy. The destruction of the flame world and the longevity sect being killed at their doorstep. None of this seemed simple. It was as if there was a hidden hand behind all of this. It couldn't be Sacred Lord Void Sky's doing, right? Gu Fei suddenly thought of a person. In order to return to the limitless realm, this person would really do anything. With Sacred Lord Void Sky's cultivation, although it would be difficult to destroy the entire flame world, it wasn't impossible. One had to know that back in the Void Realm, the limitless Demon Lord had laid down a super grand array using the stars. That super grand array of the limitless Demon Lord could possibly destroy the entire Void Realm. Thinking of this, Gu Fei couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. If it was really Sacred Lord Void Sky's doing, then Sacred Lord Void Sky was really crazy. However, that person seemed to be a madman. Master, give this body to me. Yin Lai saw that the body of ancestor Hongyang was still in good condition and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Right now, he just lacked a body of flesh and blood. This ancestor Hongyang was a powerful early-stage eternal realm expert. Ancestor Hongyang's Dao body was extremely powerful. If you want to save it, go get it yourself. Gu Fei had no interest in these corpses. Thank you, Master. Yin Lai was overjoyed and directly rushed over. He pulled out the battle spear that was nailed to ancestor Hongyang's body. Even after countless years, this battle spear still emitted a weak fluctuation of power. Amazing! Yin Lai was shocked. Even the destructive power of the flame world couldn't erase the spirituality of this battle spear. This battle spear was really extraordinary. Although ancestor Hongyang's body was still in good condition, it was just a corpse. The Tao power contained in the corpse had almost been completely erased. This way, Yin Lai could enter this Tao body. Ancestor Hongyang's divine soul had already dissipated for countless years. Yin Lai's entry into this Tao body was very smooth. When he succeeded in taking over this Tao body, the wounds on the Tao body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Picking up a Tao body for free, Yin Lai was naturally very happy. By the time Yin Lai succeeded in taking control of this Tao body, Gu Fei had already climbed to the peak of the Longevity Sect's ancestral mountain and stood in front of a collapsed hall. On the square in front of the collapsed hall, there were mountains of bones, densely packed with corpses. Seeing this scene, even Gu Fei couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. At this time, he no longer had any doubts. Someone definitely destroyed the entire Longevity Sect. Who destroyed the entire Longevity Sect? This was something that happened countless years ago, and no one knew about it. When Yin Lai arrived behind Gu Fei and saw the scene in front of him, he was directly stunned. This scene was too shocking. However, although Gu Fei was curious, he also knew that this kind of secret definitely involved a great secret of heaven and earth. It was not that easy to figure out. Even the small world of the Longevity Sect was destroyed. Let's go. Gu Fei shook his head helplessly, then took a step forward and directly left the Longevity Sect because there was nothing he was looking for here. Yin Lai hurriedly chased after him. With the Longevity Sect destroyed, Gu Fei took Yin Lai to another Super Force's ancestral court. This is the abyss of 9 underworlds? Gu Fei said to Yin Lai beside him. Yin Lai looked at the abyss of 9 underworlds in front of him and didn't know what to say. This abyss was unavoidable when the flame world was destroyed. The originally huge abyss was now just a slightly deeper ravine. So it wasn't like this. Yin Lai's forehead was sweating. The original abyss of 9 underworlds was a forbidden area in the flame world, the territory of the 9 underworld race. The 9 underworld race was a super force that could compete with the Longevity Sect. However, at this time, there was not even a trace of Yin energy in this so-called abyss of 9 underworlds. Did I come for nothing again? Gu Fei sighed. The so-called 10 super forces of the flame world seemed to be a joke. Maybe the 9 underworld race was also destroyed by that mysterious person. Gu Fei released his divine sense. His divine sense directly penetrated into the ground and into the stratum. Very soon, Gu Fei sensed that his spiritual force had entered a huge space. With Gu Fei's current great perfection cultivation, there was no power in this wasteland that could stop his divine sense. Deep underground, there was a huge space. You guard up there, Gu Fei said, and directly jumped down the ravine in front of him. Then, he punched the ground and rushed into the ground. Yin Lai couldn't help but be shocked. Gu Fei quickly went underground and soon, he was in this underground space. Damn, Gu Fei's spiritual will instantly enveloped the entire space. This huge space was actually a skull, an incomparably huge skull. The entire enormous space was under the protection of this skull. At the center of this space, there was a floating bone palace. It was a hall built entirely out of bones. Countless skeletons floated around this bone palace. None of these skeletons were complete. There were also many broken weapons floating in the air. It seemed that a great battle had occurred here. Did the people of the 9 underworld race also die? When the flame world was destroyed, there was also a mastermind attacking the super forces. It was too difficult to survive. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, he had nothing to fear and directly walked forward. Wherever he passed, the floating bones were dispersed by the ripples of Yuan Qi that emanated from his body. He directly came to the bone palace. The door of the bone palace was wide open. It was pitch black inside. Gu Fei, on the other hand, had already seen the situation inside. It was empty, with nothing inside. Wait! Gu Fei suddenly found something lying quietly on the ground of the bone palace. A bone flute. With a thought, Gu Fei disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already inside the bone palace. Gu Fei went to pick up the bone flute. The moment his fingers touched the bone flute, the entire bone palace suddenly shook violently. A terrifying destructive power exploded. Boom! With a loud sound, the entire bone palace actually exploded. Destructive power erupted and the entire enormous space shook violently from the impact. Pitch black spatial cracks appeared one after another in the void. Even Yin Lai, who was on the cliff outside, felt the ground beneath his feet shake. What happened? Yin Lai said in shock. At this time, in the underground space, destructive power filled every inch of space. The Bone Palace was actually a trap, and the bone flute in the Bone Palace was one of the mechanisms that triggered the trap. If someone touched the bone flute on the ground, the entire Bone Palace would explode. Chapter 54-42. Before the destruction of the Flame World, there were many powerful races. There were 10 of the strongest super factions in the Flame World. But now, it seemed that these super factions were in danger, because even the Longevity sect had been destroyed. At this time, Gu Fei came to the territory of another super faction. This super faction was the 9 Underworld race. The 9 Underworld race was definitely one of the top 10 super factions in the Flame World. They were so strong that even the Longevity sect was slightly weaker than them. Gu Fei found an enormous space hidden under the ground by the 9 Underworld race. This huge void was actually inside a huge skull. This caused Gu Fei to be very shocked. There was actually someone who had refined a skull into a void. With Gu Fei's cultivation, he naturally had no worries in this wasteland. He directly entered this space and found another Bone Palace. There was nothing much to say. He directly entered this Bone Palace. When he wanted to pick up a bone flute on the ground, he triggered a mechanism of the Bone Palace. Boom! With a loud noise, the entire Bone Palace exploded. The eruption of destructive power instantly engulfed Gu Fei. This destructive power spread out and filled every inch of this space. All the bones floating in this space were shaken into dust. So it's a trap. A voice sounded in the destructive energy storm. Then, a figure walked out of the destructive storm, holding a bone flute in his hand. He was Gu Fei. This level of power could not harm him at all. At this time, a powerful devouring power appeared on Gu Fei's body. All the surrounding destructive power gathered towards Gu Fei and was devoured into his body. In just a few seconds, all the destructive power in this space was completely devoured by Gu Fei. You didn't die even like this? At this moment, a spiritual fluctuation appeared in this part of the void. There are still people from the 9 Underworld race alive. Gu Fei said. Oomph! The divine will sneered. In the next moment, the entire space trembled again. Then, the huge skull actually moved. As soon as this skull moves, the people outside immediately jump up. Yin Lai hastily rushes to the sky. Rumble! Clouds of dust rose from the ground. The ground cracked and sank, and an incomparably huge skull slowly rose from the ground. An extremely terrifying wave of Yuan Qi appeared between heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, Yin Lai was immediately stunned. This skull was simply too huge. It was countless times bigger than a mountain ridge, and an incomparably huge crater appeared on the ground. The aura emanating from the skull was earth-shattering. It was the demonic qi unique to the 9 Underworld race. The monstrous demonic qi enveloped the entire sky, causing the entire wasteland to tremble. This was definitely a big guy. I'm not your enemy. Gu Fei was inside this guy's space, but his face was still calm. Although this big guy was very strong, in his eyes, it was only a little stronger than an ant. This big guy was an existence in the eternal realm. Even if it was an intermediate eternal realm existence, it was still trash in Gu Fei's eyes. After searching for so long in the wasteland, Gu Fei finally found something. However, this time, he found a guy from the 9 Underworld race. He really didn't have a good impression of the demons. The limitless demon lord was his sworn enemy. Of course, Gu Fei had no enmity with the 9 Underworld race here. Rumble! The world shook. The huge skull rising from the ground emitted a mighty demonic qi, covering the entire sky. One after another, demonic qi fell from the skull like a huge dragon. It was incomparably terrifying, and the demonic nature made Yin Lai's heart palpitate. If you're not my enemy, then who is? The spirit ripple appeared again. TCH, I can kill you with a snap of my fingers. Gu Fei said coldly. Then try and kill me. The spirit ripple said disdainfully. Sigh. Gu Fei had no other choice but to slap his right palm to the side. Boom. With a loud noise, Gu Fei's palm directly blasted a big hole in the huge skull. What? The spirit ripple was shocked. This person's combat power was so powerful that he could punch through the skull with one palm. It seems that this person was not lying. Do you believe me now? Gu Fei said indifferently. Who the hell are you? The spirit ripple roared. Who I am is not important. What's important is that I'm not your enemy. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back. When it's time to show off, then show off. Then what are you doing here? Are you here to play? The spirit ripple said loudly. I'm here to look for survivors. Gu Fei did not hide his purpose. In the entire wasteland, there were very few living beings that could survive. So far, Gu Fei had only found people from the Yin clan. Now, he had found survivors from the 9 underworld race. Looking for survivors? The spirit ripple was still suspicious of Gu Fei's purpose. If I want to kill you, it's just a matter of raising my hand. If I'm your enemy, would I waste my breath on you? Gu Fei said helplessly. The spirit ripple stopped talking. That's someone from the Yin clan? The spirit ripple spoke again. There's someone from the Yin clan who survived? The spirit ripple was shocked. That's my slave. Gu Fei said. What? He's your slave? The spirit ripple was speechless. You're going to be my slave soon. After saying that, Gu Fei took a step forward before disappearing into the void within the skull. What did you say? The spirit ripple was taken aback. At this time, Gu Fei has already appeared in front of the giant skull. Master, Yin Lai, who had retreated far away, saw Gu Fei appear and was immediately overjoyed. He had long been scared by the skull that came out of the ground to the point that his legs went soft. He almost turned around and ran away. You want me to be your slave? The skull was very angry, and the consequences were very serious. Rumble. In the midst of the loud noise, huge bones broke through the ground and rushed out. These bones directly flew together, and a huge skeleton appeared between heaven and earth. This skeleton was really too big. Its head reached the sky, and its feet touched the ground. The skeleton's eyes and mouth constantly spewed out devil chi. Endless devil chi lingered around the skeleton's body. TCH, I also know this move, Gu Fei said as he shook his body. His whole body suddenly became bigger, and his height was actually comparable to the skeleton. This was a worldly Dharma idol. For Gu Fei, such a magical power was nothing more than a trifle. When the skeleton saw this scene, it jumped in fright. Want to fight? I advise you not to look for abuse. Gu Fei shook his head and sighed. Go die, the skeleton said as it punched towards Gu Fei. However, before the skeleton's fist could hit, Gu Fei's foot flew up and kicked the incomparably huge skeleton away. Boom! The huge skeleton fiercely smashed into the ground, causing the ground to shake. The skeleton slid on the ground for some distance, causing dust to fly up. How is this possible? The skeleton was shocked to the extreme. Nothing is impossible. Gu Fei descended from the sky, and his foot came crashing down towards the skull of the skeleton. The skeleton turned over, dodging Gu Fei's foot, and then stood up from the ground. Its right hand swept out, directly sweeping towards Gu Fei's waist. However, the moment the skeleton's arm swept out, Gu Fei's figure disappeared. *T. The skeleton was taken aback. In the next moment, Gu Fei's right leg had already swept fiercely on its skull, directly kicking the skull away. Boom! The huge skull was directly kicked thousands of miles away by Gu Fei, directly smashing into the ground, creating a huge pit. I told you that you're no match for me, and you still don't believe me. You're looking for abuse. Gu Fei said indifferently. The skeleton was both shocked and furious. However, he couldn't refute Gu Fei because he was the one who asked for it. It could not blame anyone else for asking for it. The skeleton was extremely depressed. The skull directly flew back to the body of the skeleton. However, Gu Fei did not want this guy's head to return to the body. He flew up again, once again kicking the skull thousands of miles away. Damn it! The skeleton was furious. However, the other's fists were harder than its own, and it could not do anything to the other. Next, it was Gu Fei's turn to abuse the skeleton. Soon, The skeleton could not bear it anymore and directly begged Gu Fei for mercy. Gu Fei directly used a seal and shot a forbidden art into the skull's forehead. This way, he would not have to worry about this guy betraying him. The skeleton was an ancestor of the Nine Nether race, extremely powerful. Due to this ancestor had been able to lead everyone into the little world when Flame World was destroyed. The skeleton ancestor had been guarding the ancestral lands of the Nine Nether race, waiting for an opportunity to act. However, he had guarded for countless years, and no one had come. Finally, a human had come today, but this guy was strong enough to ignore his existence. "Open the little world you've guarded for countless years," Gu Fei ordered. Yes, yes, yes. At this time, the skeleton ancestor no longer had the domineering aura from before. Right now, he was practically a coward. However, Master, the item to open the little world is in your hands. The skeleton ancestor said. In my hands? This bone flute? Gu Fei said with some surprise. Yes, this is the bone flute. The skeleton ancestor hurriedly nodded. How do I use this thing? Gu Fei examined the bone flute. Master, give the bone flute to this lowly one. This lowly one will open the little world for you. The skeleton ancestor hurriedly said. Here. Gu Fei directly threw the bone flute in his hand to the skeleton ancestor. Chapter 54-43. The heavens did not disappoint those who persevered. Gu Fei and Yin Lai searched the wasteland for survivors. When they found the Nine Nether race's territory, they finally found a survivor. This survivor was a little special. He was a giant skeleton. This skeleton was actually in the middle stage of the Eternal Realm. Of course, this was also why this skeleton ancestor was able to survive the destruction of Flame World. The skeleton ancestor had survived the destruction of the world, but he couldn't resist Gu Fei. After being ruthlessly beaten by Gu Fei, the skeleton ancestor had no choice but to admit defeat. He had to admit defeat to the end. If he didn't submit, he would die. The skeleton ancestor had even survived the destruction of the world. He naturally wasn't willing to die like this. To the skeleton ancestor, living was more important than anything else. After Gu Fei planted a forbidden technique on the skeleton old ancestor, the skeleton old ancestor completely submitted to him. The people of the Nine Nether race hid in a small world to take refuge. The Nine Nether race's small world was called the Nine Nether Small World. It was a true netherworld. There was only one way to open the Nine Nether Small World, and that was to blow the bone flute or have the skeleton ancestor, the Nine Nether race's ancestor, open it himself. Since he had the bone flute in hand, the skeleton ancestor naturally wouldn't use the second method to open the Nine Nether Small World. At this time, the bone flute in the skeleton ancestor's hand sounded on its own. The void in front of the skeleton ancestor immediately trembled. Soon, a door of light appeared in the void. Why isn't anyone coming out? The skeleton ancestor said in surprise. It can't be the same as the flame race, right? Yin Lai said. Whoosh! The skeleton ancestor directly rushed into the door of light. He had guarded the Nine Nether Small World for countless years and had never opened it even once. He didn't know what was going on in the Nine Nether Small World. Gu Fei furrowed his brows and took a step forward, entering the Netherworld's small world. Yin Lai thought about it. Although he was hesitant, his master, Gu Fei, had entered the Nine Nether Small World. How could he not follow behind his master? Thereupon, he braced himself and entered the Netherworld's small world. The instant Gu Fei entered the Nine Nether Small World, a deathly aura assaulted him. The entire Nine Nether Pocket World was dark and gloomy. The entire Pocket World was enveloped in a layer of terrifying death aura. From time to time, huge demonic shadows would appear in the void and then dissipate in the void. It was something that floated between heaven and earth like a ghost. Why is there such a thing here? At this moment, the skeleton old ancestor was shocked to the extreme. This thing was extremely strange and horrifying. It was something that was formed from the remnant consciousness of a supreme being who had perished. This demonic shadow had no emotions and only knew how to devour living beings. When Gu Fei appeared in the Nine Nether Pocket, traces of demonic chi immediately rushed towards Gu Fei. The demonic chi condensed, and a demonic shadow immediately appeared in front of Gu Fei, directly pouncing towards Gu Fei. "Master, be careful." When the skeleton old ancestor saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel shocked. If Gu Fei died, he would also be buried with him. After all, his life was linked with Gu Fei's. However, the skeleton old ancestor was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. If Gu Fei died, he would be buried with him. If he died, nothing would happen to Gu Fei. After all, Gu Fei was his master. Bam! When the demonic shadow was 3 feet away from Gu Fei, it directly exploded, turning into strands of demonic chi that dissipated in the void. What's going on? When the skeleton old ancestor saw this scene, he was instantly stunned. These demonic shadows actually couldn't get close to Gu Fei? As an old ancestor of the Nine Nether clan, he naturally knew how powerful these demonic shadows were. Even he would have to take a detour if he encountered them. The strands of demonic chi quickly condensed again, and the demonic shadow appeared in the void once more. The demonic shadow once again rushed towards Gu Fei. Bam! With another muffled sound, the demonic shadow once again exploded 3 feet away from Gu Fei. At this time, Yanlai also came in. Then, the demonic shadow condensed once again. This time, the demonic shadow directly pounced towards Yanlai. What's going on? Yanlai was indescribably shocked. He didn't know the details of this demonic shadow, so he directly dodged it. However, the demonic shadow chased after Yanlai like a shadow. "Master, what the hell is this?" Yanlai kept moving quickly in the void, but even with his extreme Dao rank cultivation, he couldn't get rid of the demonic shadow's entanglement. This somewhat surprised Gu Fei. It's just some remnant thoughts fused together and transformed into a foreign species. Gu Fei was able to see through the demonic shadow with a single glance. This demonic shadow was indestructible. Of course, it wasn't an easy thing to destroy these strange things. However, if Gu Fei wanted to destroy these things, he had at least a dozen methods. However, it was impossible for Yanlai to destroy this demonic shadow, because with Yanlai's cultivation, he simply didn't have this ability. Therefore, Yanlai could only be chased by this demonic shadow to the heavens and into the earth. He was in an incomparably sorry state, but he couldn't do anything about it. "Master, save me, ah!" Yanlai didn't dare to let this demonic shadow pounce on him. He had just obtained a corporeal body, and he didn't want to lose it so soon. Yanlai shouted and rushed towards Gu Fei. "Get lost." With a wave of Gu Fei's right hand, the demonic shadow that was unwaveringly chasing Yanlai directly exploded in the void, turning into a mass of demonic chi. However, within the demonic chi, countless demonic threads were entangled and intertwined. Soon, the demonic shadow appeared in the void again. However, because of Gu Fei's obstruction, Yanlai successfully escaped to Gu Fei's side. At this time, because Gu Fei's body emitted a strong vitality, it unexpectedly attracted a lot of demonic shadows. The whole world became dusky. However, Gu Fei simply didn't care about these demonic shadows. "It seems that everyone here is dead," Gu Fei said gloomily. Since such a strange creature had appeared in the Nine Nether small world, naturally, no one would be able to survive. This was because these things didn't have any intelligence and only knew how to kill. As long as one was pounced on by these things, even an extreme-grade supreme expert would die. Therefore, it was very likely that the people in this so-called Nine Nether small world had already been devoured by these demonic shadows. What? The skeleton ancestor was greatly alarmed when he heard this. In the next moment, he disappeared into the void without a trace. "Follow me, and don't wander around," Gu Fei said and walked forward at a moderate pace. Nine Nether City was the headquarters of the Nine Nether race in the Nine Nether small world. The skeleton ancestor naturally went to Nine Nether City. Chapter 54-44. As Gu Fei walks in the dusky world, more and more specters appear around him. "Master, we're surrounded." Yanlai looks at the specters around him in shock. There are hundreds of specters around him. How can there be so many specters here? Gu Fei is very strong, but Yanlai still doesn't dare to take him lightly. It must be known that these specters can threaten the existence of an extreme Tao Supreme. What are you afraid of? I'm here, so don't be so nervous. Gu Fei says indifferently. Those specters only surround Gu Fei's group, but they don't pounce on Gu Fei's group. This makes Yin Lai very curious. In the end, how did the master do it? Gu Fei leads a large group of specters towards Jiuyo City. This scene is absolutely shocking, because there have never been so many specters gathered together in the Jiuyo microworld. Soon, a huge city appears in front of Gu Fei and Yin Lai. There is no sign of life coming from the huge city, which makes Gu Fei a little unhappy. It seems that his guess is right. The people of the 9 underworld race are probably all dead. Just as Gu Fei arrives in front of the gate of Jiuyo City with a large group of specters, a ball of divine light suddenly appears high in the sky. This ball of divine light directly breaks through the layer of devil qi in the sky and shines in all directions. The specters surrounding Gu Fei and Yin Lai are illuminated by the divine light descending from the sky. One by one, they dissipate into the void, turning into devil threads that rush into the ground. It turns out that these specters are afraid of the divine light in the sky. What's going on? Yin Lai looks at this scene in shock. Soon, all the specters disappear. The entire Jiuyo microworld is also illuminated. The devil qi that shrouded the entire microworld is also dispelled, and the whole world is bright. This microworld actually has a godson? Yin Lai looks up at the ball of divine light in the sky, inexplicably shocked. What's so strange about it? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. The ball of divine light in the sky was not a real divine sun. It was just a slightly larger divine pearl. Someone used great magic power to refine such a divine pearl and embedded it high up in the sky. This divine pearl could not move. On the other hand, the real divine sun in the world could move and move according to its trajectory in this world. The netherworld small world also had the alternation of day and night, and the alternation of day and night was completed by the divine pearl in the sky. This small world was still far from being a real big world. Just as this part of the world shone brightly, countless life auras suddenly appeared in Jiuyo City. That works. When Gu Fei sensed the aura of life in Jiuyo City, his eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. It was really a case of finding a village at the darkest hour. Rumble. The heavy city gate slowly opened, and a group of people rushed out of the city. The one in the lead was the skeleton ancestor that Gu Fei had just subdued. Behind the skeleton ancestor was a large group of people from the Netherworld tribe. What surprised Gu Fei was that these people from the Netherworld tribe were all experts, and there were even 2 eternal realm existences among them. Among these people from the Netherworld tribe, there were quite a number of supreme realm experts, a total of 9. However, this kind of strength was much weaker than the Yin tribe. After all, the Yin clan still had a half-step peerless realm expert. However, there weren't any half-step peerless stage experts among the Netherworld race's experts. Quick, come and greet the master. The skeleton ancestor led a group of people to greet Gu Fei. Greetings, master. The people from the Netherworld tribe all knelt to greet Gu Fei. Gu Fei was a little surprised to see this scene. In such a short time, the skeleton ancestor had brainwashed these people? They actually all submitted to him? Very good. Get up. Gu Fei said with a wave of his hand. Thank you, master. The people from the Netherworld tribe all stood up. In fact, Gu Fei didn't know what kind of bitter life these people from the Netherworld tribe lived in the Netherworld small world. Because of the existence of those strange demonic shadows, the people from the Netherworld tribe were like rats. They hid underground at night and only came out during the day. Moreover, it wasn't always safe during the day, because there were accidents during the day when demonic qi enveloped the heavenly pearl. Those demonic shadows would immediately come out. In the eyes of the people from the Netherworld tribe, those demonic shadows were terrifying death gods that had reaped the lives of the people from the Netherworld tribe for countless years. Otherwise, why would the Netherworld tribe only have so few people left? In fact, if Gu Fei and the others hadn't come, they wouldn't have been able to hold on for much longer. The number of demonic shadows kept increasing, and some of them could even enter the Netherworld city at night. This was because the defensive formation of the Netherworld city had become unstable in the past few thousand years. Therefore, Gu Fei was simply a savior to the people of the Netherworld tribe. In fact, the skeleton old ancestor didn't need to waste his breath. The people of the Netherworld tribe immediately submitted to Gu Fei. After successfully subduing the Netherworld tribe, Gu Fei was in a good mood. He didn't stay idle either. He directly refined the entire Netherworld small world into his own world and turned it into the Underworld province. The Underworld province was the territory of the Netherworld tribe. Under the illumination of the true divine sun, the undying remnant consciousness in the Underworld province completely disappeared. Those demonic shadows became a thing of the past. No one from the Netherworld tribe expected their master to be so powerful that he could resolve a huge problem for them with a simple gesture. The people of the Netherworld tribe were even more grateful to Gu Fei. Just as Gu Fei was refining the Netherworld's small world, the wasteland suddenly shook violently and a spatial crack appeared in the void above the wasteland. Countless figures rushed out from the spatial crack. After that, the entire wasteland underwent a shocking change. A divine spring of life appeared on the wasteland, and a powerful life aura spread out in all directions with the divine spring of life as the center. After the first divine spring of life appeared, the second divine spring of life also emerged from the ground. Spiritual energy soared into the sky, and the vitality of the entire wasteland recovered quickly. The wasteland that had been silent for countless years actually started to recover. A total of 9 divine springs of life appeared on the wasteland, and the concentration of spiritual energy in the entire wasteland increased rapidly. A world that was already destroyed and lifeless was actually regaining its vitality and reviving. Just what was going on? At this time, the wasteland became lively. One by one, the small worlds hidden in the void opened up, and the forces that came out from those small worlds started to fight for the divine springs of life. Very quickly, the 9 divine springs of life had a master. When Gu Fei came out of his own world after settling the people of the Netherworld tribe, he was dumbfounded by the scene on the wasteland. What's going on? Who can tell me what's going on? Gu Fei was really speechless. He was trying his best to find survivors before, but who would have thought that these survivors would jump out on their own? Master, Yinlai is also scared silly by this scene. Go and find out what's going on, Gu Fei said to Yinlai. Yes, master. Yinlai immediately went to find out. This guy was the old ancestor of the Yin clan. In the distant past, he knew a lot of experts and quickly found out. Master, the world is starting to recover. Yinlai came back and said with a solemn expression. What do you mean by that? Could it be that this wasteland can recover? Can it evolve into a new world? Gu Fei was really speechless. A super world was already on the decline, yet such a super world could recover? Was there such a thing? He had never seen a destroyed world recover on its own. Divine spring of life? When Gu Fei sensed the existence of the divine spring of life, he really couldn't help but be moved. Could this be the reason for the wasteland's recovery? At this time, the battle for the 9 divine springs of life was still going on. All the forces were envious of the divine spring of life and wanted to obtain it. As a result, many of the guys who just came out of the small world died. Do you want to come out and fight for hegemony? Gu Fei suddenly said to Yinlai. Master, this slave wants to. I hope Master can fulfill my wish. Yinlai hurriedly said, I will fulfill your wish. Gu Fei waved his right hand, and the old ancestors of the Yin clan immediately appeared in the void in front of him. Soon, these old ancestors of the Yin clan who were still sleeping were awakened by Gu Fei using a special method. After the old ancestor of the Yin clan woke up and learned the cause and effect of the matter, he directly attacked Gu Fei, wanting to kill Gu Fei. However, in the next second, this old ancestor was beaten like a dog by Gu Fei. Then, the entire upper echelon of the Yin clan submitted. They had no choice but to submit. Even the strongest old ancestor of the Yin clan was beaten like a dog by Gu Fei. The others naturally became obedient. Soon, the Yin clan attacked. Their opponent was the primordial Ming race, one of the 10 great forces of the flame world. The primordial Ming race was extremely powerful and had already occupied a divine spring of life. However, the Yin clan wasn't weak either. Moreover, they had the support of Gu Fei. Yin clan, what do you want? Can't you follow the rules? An old ancestor of the primordial Ming race roared at Yin Wu. TCH, Hong Yi, you despicable bastard. How dare you talk about rules in front of me? Yin Wu said disdainfully. Just do it, Hong Yi said, and immediately attacked. Do you think you have teeth to bite me? Yin Wu sneered and went forward. The two experts were locked in a fierce battle. These two guys were in the extreme Dao realm. This battle caused quite a commotion and alerted the other forces. However, the other forces just watched the show and had no intention of interfering. Gu Fei was also watching the show. He never thought that the wasteland would recover one day. Chapter 54-45. The awakening of the wasteland and the shaking of the earth gave Gu Fei hope. He wanted to find Sacred Lord Su Tian for revenge. He originally thought it was hopeless. Who would have thought that the destroyed world would awaken? At this time, Yin Wu and Hong Yi started fighting. You will die a horrible death if you dare to target our divine spring of life, Hong Yi said coldly. The extreme Dao Yuan Qi in his body surged, and a layer of crystal light flowed on his skin. He gave off the feeling that he was invincible. Che, who do you think you are? I will leave your corpse intact. Yin Wu was extremely confident. His gaze was like lightning, and an extremely obscure and dangerous aura was emitted from his body. He took a step forward and suddenly appeared in front of Hong Yi like a phantom. After that, he directly threw a punch at Hong Yi. Astral wind suddenly rose, vast and mighty. This was a simple and unadorned punch, but it had an unbelievable power that could turn something rotten into something miraculous. Hong Yi found it difficult to block, and he couldn't even retreat. Hong Yi's heart shook. This guy's cultivation seemed to be stronger than before the flame world was destroyed. Plus, he controlled the rhythm of the battle with one move and forced Hong Yi into a passive position. Yin Wu wasn't just an expert, he was also an expert with rich battle experience. Even though he had been in slumber for countless years, his battle experience wouldn't disappear. Roar! Hong Yi let out a furious roar. Since he couldn't avoid it, there was no need for him to do so. He threw out a punch as well. In an instant, the golden light was like a tidal wave, rushing towards Yin Wu's fist with an extremely imposing aura. Hong Yi's first move was the Golden Element Fist. As he punched out, a golden light immediately surged out from his body, causing him to look like he was wearing a golden armor. It was impossible to look at him directly. It's the Five-Element Fist. Gu Fei, who was watching the battle from afar, was surprised. The primordial chaos race also cultivated the five-element theurgy. Actually, in any world, the power of the five elements was the most basic power of heaven and earth. Therefore, it wasn't strange that countless beings cultivated the power of the five elements. However, this Hong Yi of the primordial chaos race used the five-element fist. It only surprised Gu Fei a little. Bang! The two fists collided in an instant, and a transparent ripple visible to the naked eye spread out from the point of impact. The entire space seemed to shake. Two silhouettes flew backward like lightning, and then collided with each other like two bolts of lightning. Boom! The two of them punched each other again. There was nothing fancy about it. This was purely a collision of strength. Continuous attacks, muffled like thunder, shook the sky and earth. The two extreme Dao experts were like phantoms, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations as they moved rapidly in the air, engaged in an intense battle. Everywhere it passed, rocks were sent flying and the ground cracked. It was incomparably terrifying. Extreme Dao realm powerhouses were still very destructive in this wasteland. Metal Fist. Hong Yi let out a low roar and threw another punch towards Yin Wu. Resplendent metal elemental energy seemed to have enveloped the entire heaven and earth. Waves of air swept towards Yin Wu with earth-shattering force. Reverse the universe. Yin Wu's hands moved, and a mysterious and strange aura appeared between his hands. A strange fluctuation was emitted along with the trajectory of his strokes. Buzz! The void shook and twisted. The metal fist force that swept towards Yin Wu was completely swallowed by the void. In the next moment, the force rushed out of the void. The metal element fist force that rushed out from the void actually blasted back at Hong Yi. Gu Fei was shocked to see this. Yin Wu's move was very similar to the Chaos Reversal secret skill, one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Path. However, Gu Fei knew that the divine power that Yin Wu displayed was definitely not the Chaos Reversal secret skill. Hong Yi was also shocked. He did not expect that Yin Wu could actually reverse his fist force. This was simply equivalent to the fist force of his metal fist being returned to him. How is this possible? The surrounding powerhouses could not help but be shocked to see this scene. When did Yin Wu cultivate such a divine power? He was able to give Yin Wu a taste of his own medicine and reverse his opponent's attack. It was really terrifying. If Yin Wu mastered such a divine power, wouldn't he be in an invincible position? The fist force that was reversed was turbulent and unstoppable. The golden radiance was dazzling, and in an instant, it rushed to the front of Hong Yi. Preposterous. Hong Yi's long hair danced in the wind as if he had gone crazy. Yin Wu actually used his own strength to attack him. This shocked and angered him. He did not dodge or evade, but threw another punch forward. This punch was also the metal fist, but it was different from the previous one. This punch seemed to have triggered the endless power of the metal element in the heaven and earth. All of it surged forward with earth-shattering force. It was majestic and unstoppable. Boom, boom, boom. The two monstrous fist forces collided in an instant. The ground within a radius of a few thousand miles cracked, as if doomsday had arrived. A figure flew out from the explosion of the golden wave. Hong Yi was really depressed to the extreme. He was actually repelled by his own strength. It was really frustrating. Yin Wu was unparalleled. He reversed the universe and no technique could touch him. Yin Wu's display of this kind of divine ability stunned many people. Haha, don't resist pointlessly. Just die obediently. Yin Wu laughed heartily as he strode through the void, chasing after Hong Yi, who was sent flying backwards. In fact, the Yin clan chose to attack the Grand Misdivine race because the Yin clan and the Grand Misdivine race were enemies. Before the Flame World was destroyed, the two clans had been fighting endlessly. Hong Yi was forced back, but his battle intent was still strong. His body emitted a piercing golden radiance as the power of the metal element covered his body. Although he was at a disadvantage, Yin Wu couldn't really hurt him. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod when he saw this scene. There were still many brave warriors in the Grand Mist Divine race. Golden Sun shattering heaven. Hong Yi unleashed his ultimate move. Although he was retreating, a ball of divine light rushed out of his body like a divine sun and blasted towards Yin Wu, who was chasing after him. Hee, watch me capture the golden sun in one net. A cruel smile appeared on Yin Wu's face. He retreated quickly and waved his hands. Countless lines of fire instantly spread out in the air, forming a huge fire net that flew towards the divine sun net. Hong Yi's golden sun was like throwing itself into the net. Hong Yi was dumbfounded. The golden sun he shot out was actually caught by his opponent in one net. After that, there was nothing else. His divine sun was directly refined by his opponent. Again. The fire net appeared once again and fell on Hong Yi's head. Are you still not going to die this time? Yin Wu was inwardly pleased. Since he personally took action, he naturally won. However, before he could rejoice, his expression changed. Just at this moment, Hong Yi actually directly charged into Yin Wu's fire net and blasted out a punch towards the fire net that enveloped him. There was no glaring light rushing out, no strong energy wave. It was just an ordinary punch. However, under Yin Wu's incredulous gaze, a huge hole was blasted in Yin Wu's fire net. While Yin Wu was still in shock, Hong Yi moved like a phantom and instantly appeared in front of Yin Wu. Without any hesitation, Hong Yi directly punched towards Yin Wu's chest. Reverse heaven and earth. Yin Wu shouted loudly and waved his hands. That strange power once again gushed out from his hands and formed a frightening void domain. Hong Yi didn't dare to be careless. He had made a mistake just now. He had underestimated Yin Wu. Hong Yi was also very familiar with Yin Wu. Before Yin World was destroyed, they had fought and Yin Wu had always been at a disadvantage. But now, Yin Wu had actually cultivated such a strange and mysterious mystique that could actually reverse his attack. Hong Yi couldn't help but look at him in a different light. Hong Yi was an extremely experienced person after all. He quickly thought of a way to deal with Yin Wu's move. Yin Wu is going to be unlucky, Gu Fei, who was watching from afar, said. At this time, Yin Wu's ever-victorious mystique actually failed. He couldn't move Hong Yi's fist force at all. Hong Yi's fist force was as immovable as a mountain. This, Yin Wu was shocked. Bang! Hong Yi's fist landed on Yin Wu's chest. In that instant, his fist force erupted like a volcano. Wah! Yin Wu spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Humph! You're not the only one who cultivated a mystique. I have also cultivated a fist art. Moreover, this fist art of mine is specialized in breaking your mystique. Hong Yi sneered. Although these people had hidden in the pocket dimension before Yin World was destroyed, they hadn't been idling. Even when they were asleep, they could still practice their mystiques and battle techniques in their sea of consciousness. Haha, trash of the Yin race, scram back to where you came from. Otherwise, today will be the day your race is annihilated. Another ancestor of the primordial chaos divine race walked out with a loud laugh. At this time, Yin Lai rushed out and caught Yin Wu, who was flying back. Yin Wu's injuries weren't light. His entire chest had collapsed from Hong Yi's punch, and his chest was stuck to his back. Of course, this was only an injury on his Dao physique. The real injury was the destructive fist force that had invaded Yin Wu's body. The fist force was still wreaking havoc in Yin Wu's body, destroying his vitality. Yin Lai tried to force the fist force out of Yin Wu's body, but he was nearly injured by the fist force. An Eternal Realm Yin race's ancestor finally managed to force the fist force out of Yin Wu's body. Yin Hui, how about we spar? The primordial chaos divine race's ancestor stared at the Yin race's ancestor who had helped Yin Wu force out the fist force. Humph. The Yin race's ancestor named Yin Hui sneered. He didn't say anything, nor did he have any intention to make a move. He immediately retreated. Haha, since when did the Yin race's people become cowards? The primordial chaos divine race's ancestor sneered. Chapter 54-46. An already destroyed world actually recovered. Such a thing made Gu Fei feel a little incredulous. This flame world wasn't just an ordinary destruction. Instead, the entire world shrank and turned into a ball. Even the starry sky and earth were tightly compressed together. This way, all living beings in the flame world would be squeezed to death. Only experts at the extreme grade and above could break the shackles, but they still couldn't escape the fate of death. That Yin Lai was able to retain a strand of his divine sense. It was already lucky that his soul hadn't been completely destroyed. If other experts wanted to survive, there was only one way, and that was to hide in their own small world and completely close it. Now, those who hid in the small world unexpectedly returned at the same time. The divine spring of life actually appeared on the wasteland. It was the endless death energy that condensed after the death of countless living beings. It was a supreme life force born from extreme death. 9 divine springs of life appeared on the huge wasteland. The wasteland's life force quickly recovered. Oases began to appear near the divine springs of life. Those who hid in the small world were like supreme rulers. They descended on the wasteland and began to encircle and occupy it. The people of the Yin clan were all defeated by Gu Fei. Gu Fei subdued them all. This made the old ancestors of the Yin clan almost die from anger. However, there was nothing they could do. It was better to live than to die. Moreover, only by living would there be hope. However, from a certain point of view, submitting to Gu Fei wasn't a bad thing. Gu Fei was strong enough. The half-step old ancestor of the Yin clan naturally didn't dare to submit to Gu Fei. Therefore, he jumped out to challenge Gu Fei. The result was that the old ancestor of the Yin clan was directly knocked out by Gu Fei, knocking out an old ancestor with one slap, and a half-step old ancestor at that. This made the old ancestors of the Yin clan dumbfounded. Then, everyone in the Yin clan became obedient to Gu Fei. Who told Gu Fei's fist to be harder than theirs? Gu Fei had long since seen through this point. Regardless of the world, whoever's fist was stronger would be the boss, and they would be able to decide everything. The Yin clan and the Grand Mist divine race were archenemies. Hence, the Yin clan had set their sights on the divine spring of life that was occupied by the Grand Mist divine race. However, it wouldn't be easy to snatch the divine spring of life from the hands of the Grand Mist divine race. What a bad start. The first battle between the Yin clan and the Grand Mist divine race ended with the Yin clan's defeat. The Yin clan had no choice but to retreat. TCH, you dare to have designs on our god race with just this bit of ability? You must be tired of living. One of the Grand Mist divine race's ancestors sneered. Don't underestimate the Yin clan. Their strength is still there. That Yin Wu is just a little guy. The Grand Mist divine clan's ancestors were sitting cross-legged near the divine spring of life, greedily devouring the boundless vitality emitted by the divine spring of life. To these super old-timers, such pure life essence was more useful than any miraculous spirit pill. The divine spring of life was the source of the Grand Mist divine race's confidence. We didn't complete our mission. Please punish us, Master. The group of old ancestors of the Yin clan came before Gu Fei and knelt down. Forget it. The Grand Mist divine race had the upper hand. It's not your fault, Gu Fei said indifferently. The primordial chaos divine race was guarding the divine spring of life. Hence, their ancestors were able to recover very quickly. As for the Yin clan's ancestors, they were hiding in an alternate void. They relied on absorbing spiritual energy to maintain their cultivation. How could they be a match for the Grand Mist divine race's ancestors? Get up, Gu Fei said. Yes, the Yin clan's ancestors finally dared to stand up. It's just the divine spring of life, Gu Fei said as he waved his right hand. A spatial crack appeared in the void, and a powerful life aura rushed out from the crack. The Yin clan's ancestors were shocked when they sensed the life aura. The life aura coming from the spatial crack was much stronger than the life aura from the divine spring of life that the Grand Mist divine race had occupied. What's going on? The Yin clan's ancestors exclaimed in shock. Go in. I'll give you 3 days to train with the Grand Mist divine race. Gu Fei said. Yes, Master. The Yin clan's ancestors were excited. Master is giving us a chance to settle the score with the Grand Mist divine race. Then, the old ancestors of the Yin clan entered the world behind the spatial crack one by one. 3 days was enough for them to recover to their peak condition. After the patriarchs of the Yin clan had entered his inner world, Gu Fei waved his right hand and the spatial crack in the void disappeared. Following that, Huang Xiaolong headed to the Grand Mist divine race's territory. A streak of light strolled through the Grand Mist divine race's territory. The Grand Mist divine race's ancestors were shocked and enraged. Where did this bastard come from? Gu Fei walked through the Grand Mist divine race's territory as though there was no one there. Everywhere he went, the Grand Mist divine race's ancestors couldn't help but attack Gu Fei. However, all their attacks were useless against Gu Fei. Even a primogenitor of the Grand Mist divine race's attack was neutralized by Gu Fei. Gu Fei's boundless martial physique was like a bottomless pit that devoured all the attacks from the Grand Mist divine race's ancestors. The Grand Mist divine race's ancestors were terrified. Fortunately, Gu Fei left after circling around their territory. The ancestors of the Grand Mist divine race heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Gu Fei didn't attack them. After leaving the Grand Mist divine race's territory, Gu Fei appeared in the Grand Mist demons' territory. Where did this lunatic come from? He dares to barge into my race's territory alone? The Grand Mist demons' ancestors sneered and ridiculed Gu Fei when they saw him. However, in the next moment, the Grand Mist demons' jaws dropped to the ground as they stared at Huang Xiaolong walking right into their defensive formation. How is this possible? The Grand Mist demons' ancestors were dumbfounded. Huang Xiaolong had walked right through their defensive formation and headed straight for the heavenly spring of life they were guarding. How could they do that? The Grand Mist demons' ancestors attacked Huang Xiaolong together. Various kinds of demonic weapons flew towards Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei didn't even make a move. All the demonic weapons flying towards him were sent flying away. What? The Grand Mist demons' ancestors were scared out of their wits. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He continued to stroll around the Grand Mist demons' territory before leaving. On this day, all the forces in the wasteland were visited by the same person. Then, all the forces in the wasteland knew that a nearly invincible existence had appeared. All the forces in the wasteland felt immense pressure. Chapter 54-47. Gu Fei walked on the wasteland and visited all 9 divine springs of life. These divine springs of life were the creation of the world, life born from extreme death. 9 divine springs of life had appeared at once. Even Gu Fei's expression changed slightly, because the presence of life contained in these 9 divine springs of life was too great, and the 9 divine springs of life had just been formed. The 9 divine springs of life had great room for growth. The appearance of divine springs of life on a wasteland was of great significance. This meant that this wasteland had a chance to recover. Flame World had been destroyed for countless years, but at this time, this wasteland had life again, and had a chance to grow into a world again. For the survivors of Flame World, this was a chance for them to rule the world. They were the first group of beings to recover from this world. They were the progenitors of this world. But now, an unforeseen event had occurred. A fellow who had popped out of nowhere was actually able to enter and exit their territory as he pleased, as though there was no one there. Also, all of their attacks could not do anything to this person. The primordial chaos demons, the primordial chaos god race, and all the surviving factions were shocked. No one knew the origins of this person. No one knew the origins of this person. There was definitely no such person in Flame World. Was he in existence from that legendary world? Many people speculated that if this person really came from that world, then it was not a good thing for them. The destruction of Flame World was not a coincidence. There was a hand secretly pushing all of this. The super factions of Flame World suspected that the destruction of Flame World was the handiwork of someone from that world. However, they did not have any evidence. However, there was a mysterious faction that had attacked the other super factions of Flame World when Flame World was destroyed. Longevity Sect had been destroyed by that mysterious faction. Because of this, the surviving factions of Flame World strengthened their defenses. No one dared to underestimate Gu Fei because they were greatly frightened by Gu Fei. However, in the next 3 days, Gu Fei seemed to have disappeared. He did not appear in the sights of the surviving factions of Flame World. However, the surviving factions of Flame World did not relax because of this. 3 days later, Gu Fei appeared in the seclusion grounds of the Yin clan's patriarchs. Gu Fei's inner world had transformed to a near-perfect state, and there was also the divine spring of life in his inner world. His divine spring of life was not inferior to the divine spring of life in the wasteland. At this time, the fire race's old ancestors were sitting cross-legged on the rocks around the divine spring of life. They were absorbing the life essence of the divine spring of life. Not bad. Gu Fei appeared above the divine spring of life. He immediately sensed the changes in the bodies of the Yin clan's ancestors. Compared to 3 days ago, these fellows' life force was several times more exuberant. These guys had almost recovered. "Wake up," Gu Fei said. His voice was like a morning bell. It directly woke up the forefathers of the Yin clan, who were in a deep meditative state. "Master." "Greetings, Master." The Yin clan's old ancestors were shocked when they saw Gu Fei. They hastily knelt on the ground. 3 days are up. You should go out." Gu Fei said indifferently. "Master, it's already 3 days?" Yin Lai said with dissatisfaction. He wanted to continue cultivating like this, but he knew it was impossible. They were lucky to be able to cultivate here for 3 days. Gu Fei did not speak. He waved his right hand in the air. In the next moment, a spatial crack appeared in the void. Then, he waved his hand again, and the Yin clan's old ancestors immediately disappeared from his inner world. One after another, powerful auras appeared on the wasteland, alerting the surviving forces, especially the ancestors of the Grand Mist divine race. They were very familiar with these powerful auras. They were the old fellows of their mortal enemies, the Yin clan. This is troublesome. The Grand Mist race's old ancestors knew they were in deep trouble. As expected, the Yin clan's old ancestors killed their way to the Grand Mist race's territory. This time, the Yin clan's old ancestors seemed different. "Hong Yi, come out and die." The Yin clan's ancestor Yin Wu stepped out to challenge the Grand Mist divine race's ancestor Hong Yi. "You've lost to me, yet you still dare to come forward to die?" Hong Yi rushed out of the Grand Mist Race's formation. Haha, the one dying today isn't me. It's you. Yin Wu laughed. In the past 3 days, not only had his injuries healed, but his cultivation and battle strength had also increased. This was definitely a blessing in disguise. How is this possible? When Hong Yi sensed the Yin clan's old ancestor's aura, his face changed. He had just injured this guy 3 days ago. In such a short time, not only had his injuries healed, but his cultivation and battle strength had also increased. Cut the crap. Kill. Yin Wu didn't bother speaking nonsense with his sworn enemy. He took a step forward and sent a fist flying towards Hong Yi. Golden Sun Fist. Hong Yi didn't dare to delay, and he immediately used his ultimate move, Golden Sun Fist. Boom. 2 fists smashed into each other in an instant. 2 fist energies exploded, and 2 figures were sent flying backward. Hong Yi couldn't help but be shocked. Yin Wu was actually evenly matched with him. How was this possible? 3 days ago, he had punched this guy in the chest, and this guy's chest was stuck to his back. Haha, aren't you surprised? Yin Wu laughed as he charged towards Hong Yi. The 2 figures moved at high speed in the void, and an intense battle broke out. At this time, the Grand Mist Race's old ancestors rushed out. Since when did Yin Wu's cultivation and battle strength rise to such a level? The Grand Mist Race's old ancestors' faces turned solemn when they saw Yin Wu fighting with Hong Yi. Since the Yin clan dared to come here, they must have something up their sleeves. At this time, Gu Fei was watching the show from afar. The Yin clan's old ancestors' cultivation had improved in the past 3 days, especially Yin Wu. He had improved a lot. Chapter 54-48. The Yin tribe once again attacked the Grand Mist Divine Race's territory. After 3 days of recuperation, the Yin tribe had obtained many benefits from Gu Fei's inner world. The Yin tribe's ancestors' cultivation had increased, and their battle strength had recovered to its peak. The current Yin tribe was strong, and their morale was high. Yin Wu stepped out and challenged one of the Grand Mist Divine Race's ancestors, Hong Yi. Bam! Boom! Muffled collisions resounded, and the void shook. Although the Yin world had been destroyed and turned into a huge wasteland drifting in the chaotic void, some laws of heaven and earth still remained. The entire wasteland emitted an invisible force that repelled the chaotic qi in the surroundings. This huge wasteland was originally lifeless, but with the emergence of the divine spring of life, this world of death was filled with vitality. Moreover, this vitality was getting stronger and stronger. In just a short while, the area where the divine spring of life was located was filled with lush vegetation, turning into an oasis full of vitality. Of course, the flowers and trees here were actually brought out by the survivors from their own little worlds. The life energy of the divine spring of life was the most suitable for the growth of all kinds of vegetation. Some of the survivors even brought out birds and beasts. At this time, Gu Fei was watching the show from afar. There was no need for him to fight for territory. If the Yin tribe couldn't even deal with the Grand Mist Divine Race, then they were really useless. Loser, since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Hong Yi attacked with all his might. The metal element fist force burst forth from his fists. Every single punch he threw out caused the entire void to collapse in a terrifying manner. However, Yin Wu was no longer the Yin Wu from 3 days ago. The current him was brimming with battle intent, and his strange mystique deflected all of Hong Yi's fist force. Haha, you want to kill me? Just you? Yin Wu sneered as he attacked. It seems like only a fierce dragon can cross the river. The other experts who were watching the battle from afar all stared at the 2 extreme Dao Realm experts. In the past, extreme Dao Realm experts were considered experts in the Yin world. Now, the Yin world had become a thing of the past. Extreme Dao Realm experts were in high demand now. There were very few survivors right now. Only 5 of the 10 strongest factions in Flame World had managed to escape the calamity of annihilation. Of course, there were also other forces that were lucky enough to survive this calamity. Yin Wu and Hong Yi. These 2 fellows fought until the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. They were evenly matched. It was not an easy thing for them to determine the victor. How long are we going to fight for? A figure walked out from the Fire Clan's side. He was the Yin Clan's patriarch, Yin Hui. He was in existence at the peak of extreme Tao, and his cultivation was far above Yin Wu and Hong Yi, bastards of the primordial clan, who wants to come out and fight. Those in the eternal realm, there's no need to come out. Yin Hui shouted at the Grand Mist Divine Race's ancestors. Let me try you. A figure rushed out from the midst of the Grand Mist Divine Race's ancestors. Hong Zhen, it's you? Yin Hui was excited when he saw who it was. He had wanted to beat this guy up for a long time. Kill. Yin Hui didn't waste any more words. He directly threw a punch at Hong Zhen. The grayish fist energy covered the sky and ground as it headed towards Hong Zhen to destroy him. Yin Hui, you lunatic. Hong Zhen was shocked when he saw Yin Hui attack. He did not even bother to say anything. The two experts started to fight. Subsequently, the Yin Clan's ancestors stepped out one after another, and the Grand Mist Clan's ancestors also stepped out to fight. In a short time, outside the Grand Mist Clan's territory, the Yin Clan's ancestors and the Grand Mist Clan's ancestors were locked in battle. The Yin Clan's ancestor, Yin Huatian, did not participate in the fight. His opponent was the Grand Mist Divine Race's ancestor, Hong Sheng. Yin Huatian was an expert at the half-step Peerless Realm, and the Grand Mist Divine Race's Hong Sheng was also a half-step Peerless Realm expert. The two of them were facing off in the sky. The experts who were watching the battle nearby were actually paying attention to Yin Huatian and Hong Sheng. After all, the battle between Yin Huatian and Hong Sheng was going to be the deciding battle. The outcome of the battle between Yin Huatian and Hong Sheng would decide who the Divine Spring of Life belonged to. Of course, if Gu Fei wanted the Divine Spring of Life, no one would be able to stop him, unless Sacred Lord Su Tian returned from the Limitless Realm to fight with him. However, Sacred Lord Su Tian had finally returned to the Limitless Realm. Why would he leave the Limitless Realm again? It was almost impossible for an existence like Sacred Lord Su Tian to return after leaving the Limitless Realm. After returning to the Limitless Realm, Sacred Lord Su Tian would never leave the Limitless Realm again. It would be difficult for Gu Fei to see Sacred Lord Su Tian again. Hong Sheng, what are you waiting for? Yin Huatian said to Hong Sheng. Yin Huatian, what are you waiting for? Hong Sheng asked. You two old farts, hurry up and fight. Don't waste our time. Suddenly, a voice came from afar, and a demonic figure appeared in front of everyone. Hongming Demon's Oldemo? Yin Huatian and Hong Sheng were stunned when they saw that person. This was the ancestor of Hongming Demons, who was no weaker than them. He was still alive. Hong Sheng, why don't we get rid of this Oldemo first, and then fight to the death? Yin Huatian said to Hong Sheng suddenly. That's what I was thinking. Hong Sheng nodded. Hearing this, the demonic shadow's expression immediately changed. These two fellows couldn't be for real, right? Die. Hong Sheng and Yin Huatian roared and attacked the ancestor of Hongming Demons, Imo Batian. Are you crazy? Imo Batian was shocked and angry. In the next moment, he retreated. What a joke. These two guys were half-stepped to the Limitless Realm. How could he be a match for them now that they had joined forces? However, Hong Sheng and Yin Huatian chased after him like a shadow. When the surrounding experts saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. What was going on? Were they messing around? No one had expected that Yin Huatian and Hong Sheng would join forces at this time. These two guys really know how to play. Gu Fei couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Imo Batian was a ruthless character, but he had to turn around and escape. For an existence like Imo Batian, if he wanted to escape, no one would be able to stop him. Of course, this was under the premise that Gu Fei didn't attack. If Gu Fei attacked, Imo Batian wouldn't be able to escape at all. Imo Batian escaped. Okay, it's our turn now, Yin Huatian said to Hong Sheng. Okay, let's fight. Hong Sheng nodded his head. He was very straightforward as he directly attacked Yin Huatian. Chapter 54-49. The unbounded sword god was practically invincible in this wasteland. If Gu Fei didn't make a move, these fellows would be able to dominate an area. However, it was a pity that Gu Fei was here. Therefore, These guys could only be unlucky. However, Gu Fei did not want to fight with these guys personally. He directly subdued the Yin clan. The Flame race was one of the 10 strongest factions of the Flame world before it was destroyed. The Flame race surviving the calamity of the world was largely due to luck. When the great tribulation of heaven and earth broke out, whether one could survive or not depended on luck. Although the Yin clan survived, apart from the old ancestors of the clan, the rest had become ordinary people. Yin Shi and the others were not even immortals. Of course, although Yin Shi and the others were not immortals, their ancestors were after all world-shaking great figures. They inherited the bloodline of these great figures, so even if they were not immortals, they could still live for hundreds of years. Some members of the Yin clan could even live for thousands of years and become thousand-year-old antiques. However, in the Yin clan, there were very few thousand-year-old antiques. Gu Fei could not count on Yin Shi and the others. A group of ordinary people like them could not help Gu Fei at all. Of course, Yin Shi and the others had a lot of room for growth. In the future, they would definitely become immortals, or even great mediums. However, this needed time, because no one could become a great medium in an instant. Boom. At this time, on the wasteland, outside the territory of the primordial divine clan, two powerful auras were colliding. The entire void was shaking and countless spatial ripples spread in all directions. Are they finally going to fight? Gu Fei, who was hiding in the distant sky and watching the show, muttered to himself. The surrounding spectators were also extremely excited. No matter if it was Yin Huatian or Hongsheng, they were all peerless experts. Even before the flame world was destroyed, they were almost invincible existences. A battle between experts of this level, no matter when it was, would always be an incomparably sensational event. However, what made people speechless was that Yin Huatian and Hongsheng were still confronting each other. They had no intention of fighting at all, which made countless spectators very disappointed. Why aren't you fighting yet? How long is this standoff going to last? The spectators nearby were getting impatient from waiting. On the other hand, the battle between the Yin clan and the Grand Misdivine race's ancestors was intense, with both sides winning and losing. The two races had fought for countless years, and they were evenly matched. It was difficult for either side to defeat the other. It wasn't easy for the Yin clan to defeat the Grand Misdivine race and seize the divine spring of life. Similarly, it wouldn't be easy for the Grand Misdivine race to defeat the Yin clan and protect their divine spring of life. Furthermore, the outcome of the other patriarchs would not determine anything. The battle that would determine the ownership of the divine spring of life would be the one between Yin Huatian and Hongsheng. However, the two of them were not anxious at all. The standoff continued. 6 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours, 2 days, 10 days. The Flame Clan and the Grand Misdivine race's ancestors had come to an end, but the two of them were still locked in a standoff. This confrontation could be said to be world-shaking. Then, the Yin Clan and the Grand Misdivine race's ancestors fought until both sides suffered. However, the two of them were still locked in a standoff. Even the experts who were watching the battle nearby retreated one after another. They couldn't keep wasting time here. It should be known that everything in the wasteland had been destroyed. Everything needed to be rebuilt. Moreover, the battle for the divine spring of life didn't stop. Originally, only 5 of the 10 strongest factions in the Flame world had survived the calamity. However, there were 9 divine springs of life in the wasteland. The Grand Misdivine race occupied 1, the Grand Misdemons occupied 1, the Yin clan occupied 1, the Yin clan occupied 1, the Demon race occupied 1, and the Grand Mist-Human race occupied 1. The other 5 divine springs of life were occupied by other factions. Apart from the 5 strongest factions, the other factions weren't weak either. Some factions had joined forces to occupy a divine spring of life. What all the factions needed to do now was to occupy the divine spring of life, lay a foundation, and smoothly pass on their legacy. If the Yin clan had chosen to attack the weaker factions, they would have occupied a divine spring of life by now. However, the Yin clan had offended the Grand Misdivine race, and they had clashed with the Grand Misdivine race. What are you waiting for? Gu Fei was getting impatient and sent a voice transmission to Yin Huatian. Yes, master. Yin Huatian didn't dare to delay. His master was getting impatient. If he continued to stay in a standoff with Hong Shang, his master would be unhappy. What did you say? Hong Shang, who was on the other side, couldn't help but be startled. This guy actually had a master? How is that possible? Kill. Yin Huatian took advantage of the moment when Hong Shang was distracted to make a move. This was an opportunity that an existence like him would definitely not miss. They had been in a standoff for so long. Weren't they waiting for each other to reveal a flaw? Now, Hong Shang finally revealed a flaw. In fact, Hong Shang was staring at Yin Huatian. Yin Huatian's sudden words were too shocking. This guy was Yin Huatian, the Yin clan's old ancestor. Although Yin Huatian had only said a single sentence, 3 words, those 3 words were too shocking. The Yin clan's old ancestor actually had a master. Who was qualified to be Yin Huatian's master? Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. Yin Huatian was a half-step to the Peerless Power Realm. Wouldn't his master be a true Peerless Power Realm expert? Boom. Hong Shang was sent flying by Yin Huatian's punch. Yin Huatian's attack was like a storm, unstoppable. Hong Shang had lost the initiative and was being suppressed by Yin Huatian. The old ancestors of the Grand Mist divine race were scared out of their wits. If Hong Shang was defeated, the divine spring of life would no longer belong to them. At this time, the old ancestors of both the Yin clan and the Grand Mist divine race were either injured or crippled. Both camps had lost old ancestors. The area outside the Grand Mist divine race's defensive array was a mess. The destruction caused by this level of fighting was really shocking. Of course, this was the wasteland, so nothing had been destroyed by these guys. They finally started fighting. Some people who were still watching the fight were surprised and happy. This was a fight between half-step to the Peerless Power Realm experts. Powerful essence chi rippled in all directions. Countless experts were immediately alarmed. Chapter 5450. A great battle between half-step infinite powers broke out in the wasteland. This was the strongest battle since the wasteland's revival. Both Yin Huatian and Hong Shang represented the strongest combat power in the wasteland. Apart from Gu Fei, there was no other infinite prime in the wastelands for now. Of course, no one knew if there were other infinite powers in the wasteland. Even Gu Fei did not dare to say that there were no such existences in the wasteland. One had to know that before he met Sacred Lord Void Sky, Gu Fei didn't even dream that the legendary Sacred Lord Void Sky was actually an old man who had plotted against him. Gu Fei was furious when he thought about how Sacred Lord Su Tian had plotted against him and used him to enter the Infinite Realm. He had to find a way to enter the Infinite Realm and find Sacred Lord Su Tian to take revenge. If he did not take revenge, he would be traumatized for the rest of his life, which would affect his cultivation. Therefore, Sacred Lord Su Tian had to die, and he had to kill her. At that moment, the sky was dark. Hundreds of millions of miles away, the chaotic air was vast and mighty. It was the chaotic void. 2 figures were moving quickly in the void. Dull sounds of collisions were constantly heard, and powerful waves of vital chi spread in all directions. Even the chaotic air hundreds of millions of miles away was violently shaken by the impact. This was the terror of a half-step infinite powers expert. Even in the wasteland, the destructive power of such an existence was shocking. Of course, both Yin Huatian and Hong Shang were trash in front of Gu Fei. It would be as easy as flipping his hand for him to kill them. Everyone was paying attention to this battle, as it would decide who the divine spring of life belonged to. That was the divine spring of life, which was something that countless people would go crazy for. A single divine spring of life was enough for a force to pass on for countless years. As long as there were no accidents, the forces that possessed the divine spring of life would have many experts. They would never lack experts. This was because the divine spring of life could create countless experts. This was also why so many people were desperate to get their hands on the divine spring of life. Go down. Yin Huatian roared and used his trump card. A huge flaming hand appeared in the void and slapped Hong Shang down from the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge palm print appeared on the incomparably hard ground, causing dust to fill the air. The earth undulated like waves. Roar. A furious roar came from the ground, and a powerful force exploded. The palm print on the ground exploded, and a figure rushed out from the ground. However, at that moment, a vine rushed out of the ground and wrapped itself around Hong Sheng. What? Gu Fei's eyes suddenly lit up as he watched the battle from afar. Even someone as strong as Hong Sheng couldn't avoid the vine that had rushed out of the ground. He was immediately entangled by the vine and pulled into the ground. Old Ancestor. The members of the Grand Mist Divine race turned pale with fright when they saw this. If something were to happen to Hong Sheng, the entire Primordial Divine Tribe would be finished. This would be a devastating blow to the Primordial Divine Tribe. The Grand Mist Divine race couldn't afford to lose Hong Sheng. This was because Hong Sheng was the only existence in the Chaos Divine race who was a half-step to the Infinite Prime Realm. Hong Sheng panicked. He slashed at the vine door with his hand, and a sharp light blade rushed out of his hand. This hand blade was more powerful than a real divine weapon. However, when Hong Sheng's hand blade slashed at the vine door, it didn't even break the skin of the vine. How is this possible? Hong Sheng's shock was no small matter. An Infinite Prime Realm creature? Gu Fei muttered to himself. He hadn't expected such a powerful creature to suddenly appear. This guy seemed to be hiding underground. Could it be that the battle between Yin Huatian and Hong Sheng had alerted this guy? Just as Hong Sheng was about to be pulled into the ground by the vines, a beam of divine light flashed from afar. The cold light flashed past the vines, and the vines fell immediately. Master, why? Yin Huatian looked in the direction where Gu Fei was, puzzled. Among everyone present, only Gu Fei could save Hong Sheng. Therefore, the person who had saved Hong Sheng had to be Gu Fei. Swoosh! The vine that had been cut by the cold light broke through the ground and burrowed into the ground. The broken vine also retracted into the ground. Hong Sheng was pleasantly surprised that his life had been spared. You want to leave? Gu Fei descended from the sky, broke through the ground, and entered the ground. He felt an aura rushing into the depths of the ground, and it disappeared in an instant. So fast, Gu Fei didn't dare to delay. He broke through the layers of the ground and chased after it. When the flame world was destroyed, it didn't explode into dust. Instead, the entire world shrank into a ball and turned into a huge wasteland. The ground of the wasteland was extremely hard. The deeper one went, the harder the ground became. It was even harder than divine iron. However, this didn't stop Gu Fei. Gu Fei went straight into the depths of the ground. After passing through a layer of extremely hard ground, Gu Fei actually entered a huge space. This space was actually a small world full of vitality. In the center of this small world, there was an incomparably huge divine tree. This divine tree was even emitting a faint divine light. An extreme Tao-level aura spread out from this divine tree. Tree demon? Gu Fei was a little surprised. You are the demon. Your whole family are demons. A wave of divine consciousness spread from the divine tree, and a voice sounded in Gu Fei's mind. Hee, if you aren't a demon, then who are you? Gu Fei crossed his arms and looked indifferently at the towering divine tree in front of him. This divine tree supported the entire small world. What made Gu Fei feel strange was that with the divine tree's cultivation, how could it only create such a small world? There seemed to be a problem. Gu Fei couldn't help but keep an eye on it. I am the Sector Lord of Flame World. The divine tree said arrogantly. Sector Lord? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he heard that. This fellow was actually a world overlord? How was that possible? You are the world's will born in Flame World? Gu Fei said with a serious expression. If a world's will was born, it was definitely not a good thing. Because then, if this world's will wanted to destroy the world, everyone would be finished. Could it be? Gu Fei thought of a possibility and couldn't help but sweat. You aren't too stupid. The divine tree's divine consciousness said. This world has gathered the power of the entire flame world. Gu Fei suddenly said, Haha, now you know. Here, I, the Sector Lord, is invincible. The divine tree laughed. Invincible? Are you joking? Gu Fei sneered. But he definitely wouldn't underestimate this guy. The power of the entire flame world. That was definitely an extremely powerful force. If he could obtain this power, he might be able to break the world wall of limitless realm. Chapter 54-51. Gu Fei had been plotted against by Sacred Master Su Tian, and his body and soul had almost been destroyed. To Gu Fei, this was a lesson learned. He had to be much more careful now. Even at his level of cultivation, he would still feel the threat of death. Not to mention Yin Huatian and Hong Sheng, who were half-stepped to the infinity realm. Immortality and immortality were relative. However, Gu Fei did not expect that the flame world had already given birth to a will of the heavens. Moreover, this will of the heavens had condensed the power of the entire flame world. This power was too strong. This was the full power of a super-large world. Once it exploded, it might really be able to break the boundary wall of the infinity realm. Sensing the terrifying power fluctuations in this small world deep underground, he could not help but be tempted. This might be his only chance to enter the infinity realm. Entering the limitless realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, leaving the limitless realm wasn't difficult at all. However, since ancient times, there weren't many living beings that left the limitless realm willingly. It should be known that the infinity realm was a world without birth, old age, sickness, and death. Here, even a blade of grass could live for a long time. Of course, even in the limitless realm, immortality was a relative concept. Wherever there were creatures, there would be fights. Once a fight broke out, injuries and deaths were inevitable. I am the invincible ruler here. A strand of divine will spread from the tree of God. There seemed to be only one creature in the entire small world, and that was the towering tree of God that stood in the center of this small world. Here, the tree of God's tentacles extended to every inch of the void. Is that so? Then show me what you are capable of. Gu Fei said calmly. Encountering such a powerful creature, he was naturally itching to challenge it. Swoosh. As soon as Gu Fei finished speaking, a vine immediately broke through the air and pierced through his forehead at an extremely fast speed. When Gu Fei wanted to dodge, he suddenly found that he could not move. He had actually been imprisoned by a powerful force. Roar! Gu Fei bellowed. A powerful wave of yuan qi erupted from his body. He wanted to break free from the energy that was imprisoning him. However, it was useless. He still couldn't move. The vine pierced through the space between his eyebrows. However, the tip of the vine exploded as if it had pierced a piece of immortal divine steel. What? The divine tree was taken aback. You dare say you're invincible in front of me? Are you kidding me? Gu Fei said disdainfully. Who are you? There is no one like you in the flame world. The realm lord of the flame world said angrily. Flame world isn't the only world in this world. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Could it be that you came from that world? The flame realm divine tree suddenly exclaimed. Are you talking about the limitless realm? An idea flashed through Gu Fei's mind. You, the flame realm divine tree, was shocked. That world was a supreme world. It couldn't even break through the world walls. It couldn't enter that world. The world intent of the flame world had gathered the power of the entire flame world to enter that world. However, the flame world divine tree was still here after the destruction of the flame world. What? You also want to enter the legendary supreme world where there is no life and death? Gu Fei said coolly. How do you know of the existence of the limitless realm? The flame realm divine tree said urgently. TCH, why don't I know? Do you know an old guy called Sacred Lord Void Sky? Gu Fei asked. Sacred Lord Void Sky? You've seen Sacred Lord Void Sky? The flame realm divine tree was shocked again. As expected, Gu Fei understood. Sacred Lord Void Sky had once discovered the flame world and seen the flame realm divine tree. He faintly guessed that the destruction of the flame world was related to Sacred Lord Void Sky. Where is that bastard? The flame realm divine tree suddenly became excited. What, were you tricked by him? Gu Fei was happy. It seemed that there was an enemy of Sacred Lord Void Sky here. If it wasn't for him, would I have been trapped here? The flame realm divine tree said angrily. So that's how it is. Gu Fei was even happier. Don't misunderstand. I also have a grudge with that Sacred Lord Void Sky. That old guy is truly despicable. Gu Fei sighed. You also have a grudge with that guy? The Flame Realm Divine Tree's anger subsided when it heard this. The powerful force that had restrained Gu Fei disappeared, and Gu Fei could move again. I was almost killed by that guy. Killing intent immediately exploded from Gu Fei's body when he thought about how badly he had been tricked by Sacred Lord Void Sky. Where is that bastard? The Flame Realm Divine Tree asked. The Limitless Realm. Gu Fei said through gritted teeth. What? The Flame Realm Divine Tree was stunned when it heard this. Since that guy had entered the Limitless Realm, they wouldn't be able to take revenge. The Limitless Realm. Who could break through the barrier of the Limitless Realm and enter it? The reason why the Flame Realm Divine Tree knew of the existence of the Limitless Realm was because of Sacred Lord Void Sky. Sacred Lord Void Sky had tricked the Flame Realm Divine Tree into breaking through the barrier with him, but the barrier of the Limitless Realm was just too strong. Even two infinite primes working together couldn't break through it. In the end, they even lost the entire Flame World. Of course, at the best moment, the Flame Realm Divine Tree saw through Sacred Lord Void Sky's scheme and fought with that guy. In the end, it was forced to seal itself in the core of the Flame World. After that, the entire Flame World was destroyed. Looks like I won't be able to take revenge. The Flame Realm Divine Tree sighed. Who said that? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Tisk, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but with your cultivation, you won't be able to move the barrier of the Limitless Realm at all. The Flame Realm Divine Tree snickered coldly. If we work together, we might have a chance. Gu Fei said with a solemn expression. How do we work together? The Flame Realm Divine Tree had been tricked by Sacred Lord Void Sky. At a time like this, it wouldn't believe Gu Fei so easily. Lend me your power. Gu Fei said directly. What did you say? Hearing this, the Flame Realm Divine Tree was both shocked and angry. This guy wanted to borrow its power? If this guy was someone like Sacred Lord Void Sky, then it would be dead. If it lent its power to this guy and this guy didn't return it, then it would be extremely easy for this guy to kill it. We can make a contract. We'll share life and death. How about it? Gu Fei could tell what this guy was worried about, but if he wanted to take revenge on Sacred Lord Void Sky, the Flame Realm Divine Tree was his only chance. Share life and death? Chapter 54-52. Sharing life and death? That's possible. In the small world deep under the wasteland, the Flame World Divine Tree was finally moved. It had to be moved. If it could share life and death with this guy, then all its worries would be gone. It could then work together with this guy called Gu Fei to break through the boundary wall of the Limitless Realm. They might really be able to break through the boundary wall of the Limitless Realm. How do we share life and death? The Flame Realm Divine Tree asked anxiously. Soul contract, Gu Fei said indifferently. Soul contract? The Flame Realm Divine Tree was shocked. He had done something to its soul. Okay, what do we need to do? The Flame Realm Divine Tree asked. Gu Fei didn't hesitate and pointed at the Flame Realm Divine Tree. In the next moment, a ball of divine light flew out from his fingertip. This ball of divine light entered the Flame Realm Divine Tree. I see. The Flame Realm Divine Tree understood. It was a life and death technique. This technique could connect the divine souls of two living beings to achieve the goal of sharing life and death. If one's divine soul was destroyed, the other's divine soul would also be unlucky. Life and death technique was no joke. Then what are we waiting for? Come. The Flame Realm Divine Tree had great cultivation and foresight. When it obtained this technique, it knew that it was real and could achieve the effect of sharing life and death. At this moment, the spirit chi in the entire world surged. A ray of divine soul light rushed out from the Flame Realm Divine Tree and turned into many seals. Gu Fei didn't stay idle either. He also formed seals. The two spiritual Dao seals collided with each other. In the next moment, the two Dao seals fused together and emitted boundless divine light, illuminating the entire small world. Rumble. The entire world shook. Then, the entire wasteland shook. All the forces on the wasteland were shocked to the extreme. What's happening now? All the forces were shocked and panicked. They thought that another calamity was about to happen. However, the shaking only lasted for a short while before it calmed down. The forces on the wasteland also heaved a sigh of relief. They all guarded their divine spring of life, waiting for the wasteland to recover. Although the wastelands had recovered, it would take an extremely long time for a complete great world to be born again. These people could wait, but Gu Fei and the Flame Realm God Tree could not. They had all been screwed over by Sacred Lord Void Sky, and they were in a rush to find her for revenge. What happened to Master? A large hall was built where the flame race was stationed. At this moment, the Yin clan's ancestors were gathered in the palace hall. The first ancestor, Yin Huatian, sat on the throne in the middle of the hall. Gu Fei had already been in the ground for more than half a year and still had not come out. This made the Yin clan's ancestors feel very uneasy because the current situation was very unfavorable for the Yin clan. Previously, the Yin clan had challenged the Grand Mist Divine Race to snatch the Grand Mist Divine Race's divine spring of life. The Yin clan and the Grand Mist Divine Race wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. In the end, the Yin clan had failed to break into the Grand Mist Divine Race's encampment, and they could only retreat. As the Grand Mist Divine Race controlled the divine spring of life, the ancestors' cultivation had increased by a lot in the past half a year. However, the members of the Yin race did not have the life force of the divine spring of life to cultivate. Not only did their cultivation base not increase, but it also showed signs of declining. The reason for that was because the spiritual energy of the world in the wasteland was too thin. It was so thin that it could be neglected. In the wasteland, only the area where the divine spring of life was located had rich heaven and earth spiritual energy. Ancestor, if Master doesn't appear, we will be in big trouble. Yin Hui of the Yin clan was very worried. Recently, the Grand Mist Divine Race seemed to have made a move against them. The Grand Mist Divine Race was going to make a move against them. In the vicinity of the Yin clan's encampment, some unfamiliar faces started to appear. What are you afraid of? Do you think they will dare to make a move against us? Yin Huatian sneered. Even though Gu Fei had only appeared briefly, the battle strength he had displayed was enough to suppress the Grand Mist Divine Race's #1 ancestor, Hong Sheng. Moreover, if it weren't for Gu Fei, the #1 ancestor of the Grand Mist Divine Race, Hong Sheng, would have been dragged into the ground by the terrifying life form. Their master was Gu Fei, a supreme existence in the infinite prime realm. In the wasteland, an infinite prime was an invincible existence. Sigh. I'm afraid that we will be annihilated by the Grand Mist Divine Race before Master comes out. Yin Hui sighed. The other ancestors of the Yin clan were speechless when they heard Yin Hui's words. It wasn't impossible. While the Yin clan was in danger, Gu Fei and the Flame World Divine Tree were also in danger. After Gu Fei and the Flame World Divine Tree had completed their life and death bond, he had to help the Flame World Divine Tree escape. However, it wasn't an easy task for the Flame World Divine Tree to escape. The Flame World Divine Tree was trapped in the wasteland. The power of the entire Flame World was gathered here. The Flame World Divine Race would only be able to escape after successfully absorbing this power. However, how could it be so easy to refine the power of the entire world? However, this power was the power of the Flame World Divine Tree. In this case, it would be relatively easier for them to refine this power. Rumble. The entire pocket world shook again as a huge energy ball appeared in the middle of the pocket world. An unimaginably terrifying power rippled out from the energy ball. Even though this small world had been sealed, this power still affected the entire wasteland. Just as the pocket world shook, the wasteland shook again. This time, the wasteland shook violently as huge clouds of dust rose from various parts of the wasteland. It was as though doomsday had arrived. Even the divine spring of life was affected. What happened? The various superpowers in the wasteland were shocked once again. The Grand Mist Divine Race originally wanted to attack the Yin clan. However, they had no choice but to stop because Hong Sheng had been frightened by the terrifying life form underground. Yin Huatian's master's combat strength was too terrifying. The wasteland's shaking was definitely related to Yin Huatian's master. Yin Huatian's master was still alive? The wasteland shook again, and Hong Sheng naturally didn't dare to attack the Yin clan. Once Yin Huatian's master returned, the Grand Mist Divine Race would probably be buried along with the Yin clan. Hong Sheng really didn't want to take the risk. Hong Sheng didn't want the Grand Mist Divine race to be annihilated. If Yan Huayan's master wanted to annihilate the Grand Mist Divine race, it would be a piece of cake. At this time, Gu Fei and the Flame World Divine Tree were fighting with all their might in front of the energy ball in the pocket world. Countless Tao patterns rushed out of their bodies and imprinted themselves on the energy ball. The energy waves that erupted from the energy ball were getting stronger. The wasteland was also shaking more violently. Chapter 54-53. In the little world in the depths of the wasteland, Gu Fei and the Flame Realm God Tree worked together to refine the power of the universe in the little world. This power of the universe was the power of the entire flame world that Sacred Lord Void Sky had sealed here. Sacred Lord Void Sky had wanted to use this power to break open the realm wall of the everlasting realm. Sacred Lord Void Sky had schemed for countless years and used the power of the entire flame world and all the living beings of the flame world to break open the realm wall of the everlasting realm. After doing all this, he had wanted to act immediately, but who would have thought that the situation would change beyond his expectations? He actually didn't have the chance to use this power. This was because he had used Gu Fei's power to successfully break open the realm wall of the everlasting realm. However, this method could not be used again because Gu Fei's power alone wouldn't be able to break open the realm wall of the everlasting realm no matter how strong his cultivation was. Sacred Lord Void Sky didn't even dream that Gu Fei would find the wasteland and then discover the backup he had left behind. Although this Sacred Lord Void Sky had tricked Gu Fei badly, he had finally done a good deed and left behind this power for Gu Fei. With the help of the Flame Realm God Tree, breaking open the realm wall of the everlasting realm didn't seem impossible anymore. At this time, the realm ball floating in the little world was covered in Tao patterns. Tao patterns also appeared inside the realm ball. Those were the great Tao imprints that Sacred Lord Void Sky had left behind. Sacred Lord Void Sky's great Tao imprints were fighting against the power of Gu Fei and the Flame Realm God Tree. The power of Gu Fei and the Flame Realm God Tree kept canceling out Sacred Lord Void Sky's power. The power of Gu Fei and the Flame Realm God Tree was endless, but the power of Sacred Lord Void Sky's great Tao imprints could not be replenished. This way, the great Tao imprints that Sacred Lord Void Sky had left behind would be destroyed by Gu Fei and the Flame Realm God Tree sooner or later. Boom, boom, boom. The entire little world was shaking. Endless great Tao power was surging. The entire little world became very unstable. Countless cracks appeared in the void as though it could collapse at any time. Can you do it? Gu Fei said to the faint figure next to him, "You dare to say I can't?" This faint and illusory figure was a clone of the Fire Realm Divine Tree. The main body of the Fire Realm Divine Tree was still suppressing this small world. If it wasn't for the main body of the Flame World Divine Tree suppressing this small world would have collapsed long ago. However, even if it was the incarnation of the Flame Realm Divine Tree, it could only unleash 70 to 80% of its power in this world. This was because this small world was created by the Flame World Divine Tree. In this place, the Flame World Divine Tree was the master. Of course, the little world of the Fire Realm God Tree had been tampered with by Saint Void Sky. If the Fire Realm God Tree really wanted to take back control of the little world, it would first have to deal with the great Tao imprint that Sacred Lord Void Sky had left behind. World in. Countless Tao patterns charged of the world of Realm God rushed out and rushed of the realm world. Of rushed shot. Tao pattern after Tao pattern entered the realm pearl, and the great Tao imprint that Sacred Lord Void Sky had left behind was suppressed. Sacred Lord Void Sky's Tao imprint turned into a towering figure. This figure was very domineering and looked down on the world. This guy, Gu Fei, was surprised to see this figure. This incarnation of Sacred Lord Void Sky was very powerful. It was like a different person from the Sacred Lord Void Sky that Gu Fei had seen before. Sacred Lord Void Sky's old man is so cool? Gu Fei was dumbfounded. Kill. Seeing Sacred Lord Void Sky's Tao imprint appear, Gu Fei was furious. His eyes turned red. He didn't hold back anymore and used the Sky Ascension secret technique. Boom. An unprecedentedly strong wave of essence chi exploded from Gu Fei's body. The next moment, a light mark appeared between his eyebrows. Swoosh! A ray of divine light rushed out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows and turned into a sword shadow. It instantly pierced through the ball of light and the shadow of Sacred Lord Void Sky. Roar! Sacred Lord Void Sky's shadow roared. The next moment, this figure disappeared in the void. The Tao imprint that Sacred Lord Void Sky had left in the realm world bead was rapidly weakening. In just a few seconds, Sacred Lord Void Sky's Tao imprint was completely destroyed. Why didn't you use this move earlier? The incarnation of the Blazing Realm Divine Tree said angrily to Gu Fei. TSK, this is my trump card. Do you think I will use my trump card so easily? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. The Blazing Realm Divine Tree was speechless. However, the Blazing Realm Divine Tree didn't have time to settle the score with Gu Fei. It had to collect the Realm World Bead first. Only after collecting the Realm World Bead could the Blazing Realm Divine Tree completely control this small world and become the master of this small world again. Swoosh! The incarnation of the Blazing Realm Divine Tree disappeared immediately. The body of the Blazing Realm Divine Tree was changing rapidly. Endless divine light shone from the Blazing Realm Divine Tree. In the next moment, the towering Blazing Realm Divine Tree disappeared in the divine light. Then, a figure walked out of the divine light. A woman? Gu Fei couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw the figure. The figure that walked out of the endless divine light was actually a beautiful woman in white. This woman was different from all the women he had seen before. This was the most beautiful woman that Gu Fei had ever seen. She was absolutely extraordinary. Even someone like him, who had cultivated for countless years and could be considered an antique, was stunned when he saw this woman. I actually shared a life and death fate with this peerless female demon. I thought we were brothers. Who would have thought that we wouldn't be brothers anymore? Could it be that I have to become brother and sister with this fellow? I don't want to. Gu Fei was depressed. Why are you staring at me? I will be shy. The woman in white leisurely walked over and smiled sweetly at Gu Fei. Gu Fei only felt that his eyes lit up. He was a little dazed. You're a woman? Gu Fei sighed. Why? You don't like me because I'm a woman? The woman in white smiled. I like it. Why wouldn't I like it? Gu Fei suddenly smiled. Isn't that enough? The woman in white was very proud. She waved her right hand, and the realm pearl that was floating in the air immediately flew back to her. She grabbed it in her hand. As soon as the realm pearl was in her hand, an unprecedentedly powerful aura erupted from the woman in white. The entire shaking small world instantly calmed down. With the realm pearl in hand, the world is mine. The woman in white's aura was unprecedentedly powerful. In the outside world, the wasteland that seemed like it was the end of the world had also calmed down. The 9 divine springs of life were still growing, and the wasteland's spirit chi was gradually recovering. However, the wasteland's spirit chi recovery process was very slow. All the forces on the wasteland were recuperating. Chapter 54-54. The atmosphere in the wasteland was tense because the 9 great divine springs were something everyone coveted, especially the forces that had obtained the divine springs. They were on guard day and night, afraid that other forces would come to snatch the divine springs of life. On the other hand, the Yin clan and Grand Mist clan were at each other's throats. However, the Yin clan was leading a bitter life, whereas the Grand Mist clan was guarding the divine spring of life. The Grand Mist clan's ancestors' cultivation rose with each passing day. As time went by, the Grand Mist race's strength increased greatly, while the Flame race's strength weakened. However, the Grand Mist race was wary of the peerless expert behind the Flame race, so they didn't dare to make a move against the Flame race. However, Gu Fei hadn't appeared for a long time, which triggered the Grand Mist race's killing intent towards the Flame race. Time passed, and several years passed in the blink of an eye. The vitality in the wasteland grew stronger, and the area where the 9 great divine springs of life was located turned into a huge oasis. The survivors on the wasteland built a city around the heavenly spring of life. The Grand Mist race also built a Grand Mist divine city, and the city was bustling with activity. Of course, the people in the city were all from the Grand Mist race. The Grand Mist race had a huge population, numbering in the tens of thousands. The fact that so many of the Grand Mist race's clansmen survived proved that the Grand Mist race's ancestors were quite capable. In the past few years, 9 giant cities had appeared in the wasteland. With these 9 giant cities as the center, countless human settlements appeared. The human race thrived. Other than the human race, there were also the monster race, demons, and ghost race. These powerful races also thrived in the wasteland. However, the human race's speed of reproduction was much faster than the other races. Perhaps this was the human race's advantage. However, the monster race, demons, and ghost race's talents and physiques were much stronger than the human races. In the past few years, Gu Fei and the Flame World Divine Tree had not appeared. They had left the wasteland and arrived in front of the Limitless Realm's boundary wall. This was the Chaos Void, and time did not exist. They didn't know how long they had been here. Boom, bam, dull bangs resounded, and the entire Chaos Void shook. It still doesn't work. Again, another failure. How exactly can we break through the boundary wall? Gu Fei and the Flame Realm Divine Tree were extremely depressed. They used all sorts of methods, but without exception, all of them failed. There was no other way. This Limitless Realm's realm wall was simply too powerful. Even Gu Fei and the Flame World Divine Tree were unable to break through the boundary wall. Even if it was a small hole the size of a pinhole, they would have been able to do it. However, they could not even break a hair-thin hole. What if I use my ultimate power? Gu Fei suggested. In the primal chaos, the Flame Realm Divine Tree was a peerless beauty. At this time, her name was Yanwu. No, Yanwu immediately refused. If I don't use my ultimate power, how can I break through the realm barrier of the Limitless Realm? Gu Fei said gloomily. No means no. Yanwu remained unmoved. Sigh. Gu Fei let out a sigh and no longer said anything. If they used their ultimate power, they might have a chance to break through the realm barrier of the Limitless Realm. However, if they didn't use their ultimate power, they definitely wouldn't be able to break through the realm barrier. They had already tried countless times, and there was only one result: failure. Let's go back to the wasteland and take a look. Saying this, Gu Fei disappeared into the primal chaos. Yanwu thought for a moment and also took a step forward, disappearing into the primal chaos. When Gu Fei appeared in the wasteland, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. The enormous sphere in front of him was verdant and full of life. This sphere was the wasteland of the past. When the Flame World's great world was destroyed, it had shrunk and destroyed everything, turning into a planet that looked like a wasteland. This sphere could be called the Flame Star. The Flame Star was controlled by the 9 super forces. Each of the 9 super forces controlled a divine spring of life. Gu Fei and the Flame World Divine Tree Yanwu were in the primal chaos. There was no time or space there. They seemed to only be there for a while, but on the wasteland, 1,000 years had passed. 1,000 years have passed on the wasteland? Gu Fei couldn't help but frown after reading the memories of an extreme Dao realm Great Yao. To him, time was the most worthless thing. If there were no accidents, his lifespan was endless. In other words, if he could find a place to hide, he could live forever without worrying about dying. Gu Fei appeared on a mountain ridge. A giant city stood on the horizon in front of him. A powerful wave of life spread in all directions with the giant city as the center. Around the huge city were countless small towns and villages inhabited by the human race. The primordial chaos race's territory? Gu Fei looked at the giant city in the distance with a grave expression. He could feel an incredibly powerful presence hidden in the giant city. It was a half-step infinite realm existence. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and disappeared from the mountain peak. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the city gates. Who goes there? The moment Gu Fei appeared, a loud shout came from the top of the city gates. A middle-aged general in purple gold armor walked out. Gu Fei didn't say a word. He just waved his right hand. Boom! With a loud bang, the thick and heavy city gate was blasted open. Behind the city gate, miserable screams could be heard. The soldiers guarding the city gate were all shot by the broken pieces of the gate, and were shot full of holes. They couldn't be any more dead than they were. What? Enemy attack? The middle-aged general was shocked when he saw this. He roared angrily, and his voice reverberated throughout the entire Hongmeng Divine City. The primordial chaos battle soldiers weren't ordinary soldiers. Each of them was an immortal-level existence, but they were all dead. Gu Fei casually broke open the city gate and walked into the city step by step. Groups of primordial chaos race soldiers rushed out from all over the city and headed for the city gates. Gu Fei, who had just entered the city, was quickly surrounded by countless battle soldiers. Powerful figures appeared in the sky one after another, looking down at Gu Fei from above. Their expressions were like that of a dragon looking down at an ant on the ground. "Who the hell are you?" One of the primordial chaos race's ancestors roared at Gu Fei. After 1,000 years of recuperation, the primordial chaos race's strength had greatly increased, and their territory had expanded several times. There were more than 100,000 primordial chaos battle soldiers stationed in the Hongmeng Divine City. The person overseeing the Hongmeng Divine City was the primordial chaos race's #1 ancestor, Hongsheng. Chapter 54-55. By the time Gu Fei and the Flame Realm Divine Tree returned, 1,000 years had passed in the wasteland. During this time, the wasteland had undergone tremendous changes. After being nourished by the 9 divine springs of life for 1,000 years, the flame star was brimming with vitality. It was completely different from the desolate wasteland it had been 1,000 years ago. The area where the 9 divine springs of life were located was filled with spiritual energy. It was the cultivation holy land for all living beings on the flame star. However, only those from the major forces could enter such a place. Ordinary people couldn't even see the 9 divine springs of life. Even the disciples of the major forces on the flame star couldn't see them easily. There were even fewer people who could use the divine springs of life to cultivate. Only the ancestors of the major forces were qualified to use the divine springs of life to cultivate. Each of the 9 divine springs of life was built into a huge city. The reason why the cities were built was to protect the divine springs of life. Moreover, these cities were also the ancestral lands of the 9 major forces. On the Flame Star, the 9 major forces used these cities as their ancestral lands to continue their inheritance. The Flame Star was truly the birthplace of their ancestors. Of course, even though the Flame Star was huge, there were still many places on it that were desolate. Some places were filled with endless death chi. It was a terrifying land of death. Even half-step Infinity Realm experts wouldn't dare to set foot in those places. At this time, Gu Fei waved his hand and broke open the gates of the Hongmeng Divine City. He strode in with large strides. As soon as Gu Fei barged into the Grand Mist Divine City, he alerted the Grand Mist Divine Race's ancestor Hongzhen. "Who are you? Why did you break into the city?" Hongzhen glared at Gu Fei and asked in a stern voice. "Shut up." Gu Fei waved his right hand. In the next second, Hongzhen let out a miserable shriek and was sent flying out of the sky. The other ancestors of the Grand Mist Divine Race who had just rushed over widened their eyes in disbelief. Hongzhen was an extreme Dao Realm ancestor of the Grand Mist Divine Race. Yet, with a wave of his hand, he was sent flying to God knows where. This person's cultivation was at least at the Eternal Realm, or even half-step Infinity Realm. "Who are you?" An old man stepped forward. At this time, several powerful figures appeared in the sky. There were actually 5 Grand Mist Divine Race's ancestors that had appeared in one go. The 5 ancestors of the Grand Mist Divine clans appeared in the sky at the same time, and every single one of them emitted a powerful aura. Countless Grand Mist Divine clans in the city were terrified. What happened? 5 great ancestors appearing at the same time. This is something that has never happened in our clan for hundreds of years. The members of the Grand Mist Divine Race in the city were dumbfounded. The 5 ancestors in the sky were existences that they had to look up to. Normally, they wouldn't even be able to see their ancestors. At this moment, the entire city was in an uproar. Soon, everyone knew that someone had broken through the city gates. The commotion caused by Gu Fei breaking through the city gate was too great. Someone had actually come knocking on their door. This was something that had never happened in hundreds of years. Over the past hundreds of years, The conflicts on the Flame Star had gradually died down. Hundreds of years ago, in the war between the Grand Mist Divine Race and the Fire Clan, the Fire Clan had suffered a crushing defeat and had no choice but to retreat to a forbidden land on the Flame Star. In the past hundreds of years, the Fire Clan had disappeared from the Flame Star. "Come over here." Gu Fei reached out his right hand and grabbed at the old man in the sky. The old man immediately felt his body tighten, as if he had been grabbed by an invisible hand. Then, his body flew towards Gu Fei involuntarily. "It's ancestor Hongshan, this," someone exclaimed. The Grand Mist Divine Race's ancestor Hongshan struggled desperately as he flew towards Gu Fei. In the end, Gu Fei's hand landed on his forehead. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered to ask any more questions, and he directly searched Hongshan ancestors' memories. "The Fire Clan was expelled by you?" Gu Fei's face turned ugly. No matter what, the Fire Clan was his subordinate, but they were defeated by the Grand Mist Divine Race and banished to a place called the Nether Sea. The Nether Sea was a land of death that gathered the densest death chi on the Flame Star. No living being dared to approach the Nether Sea, let alone enter it. The black water of the Nether Sea was extremely corrosive. Even an extreme grade divine ancestor would be reduced to a pile of bones if he fell into the Nether Sea. The Nether Sea had appeared at the same time as the 9 divine springs of life. When it appeared, a terrifying death chi filled the air. There were islands of various sizes scattered in the Nether Sea, but strangely, some of them had the aura of life. It was a miracle that the Fire Clan could give birth to life after death. The Fire Clan had risked their lives to retreat into the Nether Sea to avoid the Grand Mist Divine Race's pursuit. After Gu Fei learned of everything, he was truly enraged. No matter how trashy the Fire Clan was, they were still his subordinates. How could he allow his subordinates to be bullied by others? At this time, Hongshan, the Grand Mist Divine Race's old ancestor, who was in Gu Fei's hand, was terrified. He realized that he didn't even have the strength to resist in front of this person. He was an Eternal Realm expert. Hongshan, who was in the Eternal Realm, was caught in Gu Fei's hand like a little chick. The scene was witnessed by countless Grand Mist Divine Race clansmen in the city. Their eyeballs nearly fell to the ground. Everyone was indescribably shocked. Old Ancestor Hongshan, the Grand Mist Divine Race clansmen from Old Ancestor Hongshan's bloodline, couldn't accept the fact that their old ancestor, who was like a supreme ruler in their hearts, was caught in someone's hand. "How dare you humiliate my clan's old ancestor? Go to hell." An extreme Dao Realm Grand Mist Divine Race expert leaped into the sky with a spear in his hand and charged at Gu Fei. "You're crazy. Back off." The other old ancestors in the sky were shocked when they saw this scene. They hadn't even made a move, but this brat who had just broken through to the extreme Dao realm was already in a hurry to attack? This was simply courting death. Scram! Gu Fei waved his left hand, and the extreme Dao realm Grand Mist Divine Race expert who was charging at him flew out with a whoosh, disappearing from sight. "They're just a bunch of ants," Gu Fei said nonchalantly. Everyone was taken aback once again. The battle prowess displayed by this person was simply too strong. Whether it was an extreme Dao realm expert or an eternal realm expert, they were as weak as ants in front of this person. "Who the hell are you?" An old voice sounded from the city. Chapter 54-56. In the Grand Mist Divine City, Gu Fei was domineering. He had intimidated the so-called ancestors of the Grand Mist Divine Clan with his strength alone. The ancestors of the Grand Mist Divine Race weren't weaklings. Otherwise, the Grand Mist Divine Race wouldn't have been able to guard the Divine Spring of Life. There were only 9 Divine Springs of Life on the entire Flame Planet. The Flame Planet didn't just have 9 superpowers. The current situation on the Flame Planet was a little complicated. Out of the original 10 superpowers of the Flame World, only 5 had survived the calamity of the Flame World's destruction. The other superpowers that had survived the calamity were also first-rate superpowers. One had to know that, except for first-rate superpowers, no superpower below first-rate had the ability to establish a small heaven and earth. Naturally, they hadn't survived the calamity. However, there were many first-rate superpowers that had attached themselves to the superpowers and used their strength to survive the calamity. In short, the superpowers were the strongest on the flame planet, followed by the first-rate superpowers. However, if several first-rate superpowers joined forces, they could contend with the superpowers. That was because the strongest expert on the flame planet was only a half-step Infinity Realm expert. Even before the flame world had been destroyed, true Infinity Realm experts had only existed in legends. No one had ever seen such a supreme existence with their own eyes. The current Grand Mist Divine race was definitely an overlord. The Grand Mist Divine race's first ancestor, Hong Shang, was one of the few invincible experts on the flame planet. No superpower dared to casually declare war on the Grand Mist Divine race. However, today, someone had actually broken into the Hongming Divine City. Even the Hongming Divine City's layers of defensive formations couldn't stop this person. Such a huge commotion in the Hongming Divine City naturally couldn't escape the attention of the various superpowers. In fact, there were many spies from other superpowers outside the Hongming Divine City. Some of the Grand Mist Divine race's clansmen had even been bribed by other superpowers. This kind of thing was actually common among the various superpowers on the Flame Planet. Someone actually dares to break into the Hongming Divine City? The first ancestor of the Grand Mist Demons immediately left the Hongming Demon City after receiving the news. He was very curious as to who was so bold as to break into the Hongming Divine City. The Grand Mist Divine clan had grown in power in the past several hundred years, and their territory had expanded significantly. Since the Grand Mist Divine clan had defeated the Flame Clan, the Grand Mist Divine clan's reputation on the Flame Star had reached its peak, especially the Grand Mist Divine clan's ancestor, Hong Shang. The number one ancestor of the Grand Mist Demon race and human race were alarmed. They were curious as to who dared to start a war with the Grand Mist Divine race. At this moment, an aged voice resounded in Hongming Divine City. Then, an illusory figure appeared in front of Gu Fei. "It's you." When that person saw Gu Fei, his shock was no small matter. This person was none other than the first ancestor of the Grand Mist Divine race, Hong Shang. 1,000 years ago, when he had fought with the first ancestor of the Yin clan, Yin Huatian, they had disturbed the Flame Realm Divine Tree in the depths of the earth. If it had not been for the person in front of him, Hong Shang would have been dragged into the ground by the Flame Realm Divine Tree and become its fertilizer. Although it had only been a quick glance, Gu Fei's appearance had been deeply imprinted in Hong Shang's mind. When Gu Fei appeared in front of Hong Shang once again, Hong Shang recognized Gu Fei at a glance. The instant Hong Shang recognized Gu Fei, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This guy is Yin Huatian's master? This is going to be troublesome. The moment Hong Shang recognized Gu Fei, he knew why Gu Fei had barged into Hongming Divine City. It was obvious that Gu Fei wanted to take revenge for the Yin clan. Hong Shang was even more shocked when he thought of this. "I didn't know that Senior was coming. Please forgive me for not going out to welcome you." Hong Shang bowed respectfully to Gu Fei. When the surrounding ancestors of the Grand Mist Divine race saw this scene, their eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. Their first ancestor was actually lowering his head in front of the black-clad young man? How was this possible? The entire place fell silent. "You know me?" Gu Fei asked curiously. However, he soon realized that he was the one who had saved this fellow from the hands of the Flame Realm Divine Tree, Yin Wu. "Junior will never forget the favor of saving my life in the past," Hong Shang said cautiously. You don't dare to forget? Then why are you biting the hand that fed you?" Gu Fei stared at Hong Shang, who was opposite him, and a wave of infinite-grade pressure erupted from his body. Hong Shang felt his body sink as though 100,000 ancient divine mountains were pressing down on him. He couldn't even straighten his back. The rest of the Grand Mist Divine race's ancestors cried out in alarm as they plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. However, the others in the city were fine. That was because Gu Fei's aura wasn't directed at the others in the city. It was directed at the ancestors of the Grand Mist Divine race. The ancestors of the Grand Mist Divine race were terrified. At this moment, they finally understood why their number one ancestor was so respectful to the black-clad young man. This black-clad young man was incredible. "Senior, are you talking about the Yin clan?" Hong Shang asked calmly. This person was Yin Huatian's master. Who was Yin Huatian? Yin Huatian's cultivation was comparable to his. Hong Sheng was extremely nervous, but he couldn't show it. What do you think? Gu Fei said coldly as a wave of cold, killing intent spread from his body. Hong Sheng felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave when he sensed the killing intent from Gu Fei's body. His body trembled. Senior, please calm down. I didn't kill the Yin clan. The Yin clan has already retreated into the Nether Sea. Hong Sheng said hurriedly. It's not that you didn't kill the Yin clan. You just didn't dare to enter the Nether Sea. Am I right? How could Gu Fei not know what Hong Sheng was thinking? Senior, I was wrong about the Yin clan. However, the law of the jungle is the law of the cultivation world. Isn't it normal for the Yin clan to be chased away because they are weak? You can say whatever you want. However, if you don't give me an explanation today, don't blame me for being merciless. Gu Fei said impatiently. Senior, what the Yin clan can do, our clan can also do. Why don't our clan replace the Yin clan and become your servants? Hong Sheng said. What? The surrounding Grand Mist Divine Race members were dumbfounded when they heard Hong Sheng's words. What's wrong with the ancestors? Chapter 54-57. The fact that the first ancestor of the primordial chaos divine race was willing to be the black-robed young man's servant dumbfounded the other ancestors of the primordial chaos divine city. Hong Sheng was the first ancestor of the primordial chaos divine race, a supreme existence at the half-step peerless realm. He was also one of the few invincible existences on the Flame Star. Basically, no one on the Flame Star would be able to do anything to him now. Even the first ancestor of the primordial chaos divine human race and the first ancestor of the primordial chaos divine human race had to admit that they were on par with Hong Sheng. If they really fought with their lives on the line, no one knew who would survive until the very last moment. Has Hong Sheng gone mad? The first ancestor of the primordial chaos divine race was shocked when he saw this scene. The first ancestor of the other superpowers was also dumbfounded. No one knew what Hong Sheng was up to. The primordial chaos divine race wants to replace the Yin clan and become my servants? Gu Fei was also a little surprised. He hadn't expected Hong Sheng to make such a move. Hong Sheng's words weren't unreasonable. He had subdued the Yin clan so that the ancestors of the Yin clan would work for him. Therefore, it really didn't matter who became his servant. Senior, what do you think? Hong Sheng asked cautiously when he saw Gu Fei pondering. Are you willing to be my servants? Gu Fei stared at Hong Sheng with a fierce look in his eyes. Senior, the strong are respected, and the weak submit to the strong. This is an unchanging truth, Hong Sheng said solemnly. Hong Sheng said with a dignified look. That makes sense. All right, since you want to be my servants so badly, I'll fulfill your wish. As Gu Fei spoke, he flipped his right hand and a ball of divine light immediately appeared in his palm. Within this ball of light, there were Tao patterns faintly appearing and intertwining. What is that? The surrounding ancestors of the primordial chaos divine race stared nervously at the ball of divine light in Gu Fei's hand. Bam! Suddenly, the ball of light in Gu Fei's hand exploded. In the next moment, the runes turned into the divine light of the Great Path and rushed into the bodies of all the ancestors present. Even Hong Sheng's body was hit by the divine light of the Great Path. Traces of the Tao appeared between Hong Sheng's eyebrows, but they disappeared in an instant. Hong Sheng was taken aback. He hurriedly used his internal vision to find the Great Path Tao pattern that Gu Fei had injected into his body. However, under his powerful spiritual force, there seemed to be nothing strange in his body. He actually could not sense the existence of that Tao pattern. How is this possible? Hong Sheng was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. What happened? Hong Sheng looked at Gu Fei in shock. It's nothing much. Since you all wish to become my servants, your life and death shall naturally be under my control. I have merely placed a forbidden technique on your bodies. Right now, your life and death are in my hands. Gu Fei said indifferently. What? The ancestors of the primordial divine race nearly wet their pants when they heard this. Their lives and death were in the hands of this person? What did you do to our bodies? One of the ancestors of the primordial divine race shouted angrily at Gu Fei. "Umph." Gu Fei sneered. In the next moment, he snapped his fingers. Then, before the ancestor of the primordial divine race could think of anything else, he exploded on the spot and turned into a cloud of blood mist. His body and soul were instantly destroyed. All the ancestors of the primordial divine race were so shocked that they were speechless. Cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of all the ancestors of the primordial divine race. "You have to be more polite to your master, understand?" Gu Fei clapped his hands and said indifferently, "Yes, master." Hong Sheng immediately knelt down in front of Gu Fei respectfully. "Yes, master." The other ancestors of the primordial divine race followed suit and knelt down in front of Gu Fei. Their lives and deaths were in the hands of Gu Fei, and none of them wanted to die. As the ancestors of the primordial divine race, none of them were easy to deal with. "Very good. Stand up." Gu Fei nodded his head in satisfaction. The ancestors of the primordial divine race stood up cautiously. "Master, please follow me," Hong Sheng said as he led Gu Fei into the city lord's manor. Very quickly, Hong Zhan left the primordial divine city and headed straight for the Nethersea. He wanted to invite the Yin clan out of their seclusion. The primordial divine race and the Yin clan were archenemies. After the war between the two clans several hundred years ago, the Yin clan was forced to retreat to the Nethersea. Hong Zhan went to invite the Yin clan, but it was hard to say if he could get the Yin clan to leave the underworld province. Gu Fei didn't abandon the Yin clan. After all, the members of the Yin clan were his subordinates. He wouldn't abandon his subordinates no matter where he was or what world he was in. He wanted to resolve the enmity between the Yin clan and the primordial divine race. That way, he would have two powerful clans at his disposal. The primordial divine race was much stronger than the Yin clan. Otherwise, the primordial divine race wouldn't have been able to defeat the Yin clan and force them to hide in the Nethersea. Just as Gu Fei entered the primordial divine city, the flame realm divine tree, Yin Wu, appeared in the primordial divine race's Hong Meng sacred city. To the demon race, this city was called the sacred city. However, to the other superpowers, it was called the primordial divine city. This city was protected by layers of array formations. However, Yin Wu continued to advance step by step. Not a single formation could stop her wherever she went. Enemy attack! An angry roar resounded from the top of the city walls and spread throughout the entire city. In the next moment, countless members of the primordial divine race realized that someone had broken into the city. Very quickly, the members of the primordial divine race in the city reacted immediately. However, Yin Wu ignored all of the primordial demon clan's attacks and appeared in the primordial demon city without a second thought. How is this possible? The ancestor of the primordial divine race was dumbfounded. Without any suspense, the members of the primordial divine race became Yin Wu's servants. When the news of the primordial divine race being subdued spread, all the superpowers on the flame planet were terrified. They were afraid that the two powerful fellows would show up uninvited. However, when Yin Wu subdued the members of the primordial divine race, she didn't hurt any of the members of the primordial divine race. When the news reached the primordial divine city, even Gu Fei was a little surprised. What the hell was Yin Wu doing? Yin Wu was once the world will of Flame World. She was the ruler of Flame World. She had never thought of developing her own faction. However, things were different now. Chapter 54-58. The entire flame world shrunk and turned into a star in the endless chaos. This star was the Flame Star. This flame star was originally a dead star that didn't have any life on it. However, not long after Gu Fei had arrived, this dead star had begun to revive. 9 divine springs of life had appeared on the flame star. These 9 divine springs of life were the source of life for the flame star. As long as the 9 divine springs of life existed, the dead star would recover its vitality. The 9 divine springs of life were controlled by the various superpowers. Only the ancestor-level existences of these superpowers were allowed to use the divine springs of life to cultivate. As for ordinary living beings, they weren't even qualified to take a look at the divine springs of life, let alone use them to cultivate. After 1,000 years of competition, the power structure on the flame star had basically stabilized. The conflicts between the various superpowers had also decreased. However, everything changed when Gu Fei and the Flame World's divine tree, Yin Wu, returned to the flame star. The primordial divine clan, which used to be extremely powerful, immediately submitted to Gu Fei. The primordial divine clan, on the other hand, submitted to Yin Wu. As a result, the power structure on the flame star had undergone earth-shattering changes. The divine springs of life controlled by the two superpowers had changed owners. At this time, Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged in front of the divine spring of life in the center of the Grand Mist Divine City. The primordial divine clan had laid out layers of formations around the divine spring of life. However, these formations were useless against Gu Fei. The ancestor of the primordial divine clan, Hong Sheng, stood cautiously not far behind Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei didn't take the divine spring with him. After all, if he did, the flame star would be crippled, and the life force it had recovered would gradually fade. The entire star would become a dead star again. However, Hong Sheng didn't know what Gu Fei was planning to do. He was afraid that Gu Fei would take the divine spring of life. After all, the divine spring of life represented the future of the primordial divine clan. Gu Fei didn't use the divine spring of life to cultivate. With his current cultivation base, the divine spring of life was no longer of any use to him. Swoosh! At that moment, a beam of divine light descended from the sky and landed on Hong Sheng's hand. Soon, Hong Sheng's expression turned grave. Master, Hong Zhen sent a message. The flame race doesn't believe Hong Zhen at all. They don't dare to leave the Netherworld Sea. Hong Sheng said carefully. Then take this thing with you and make a trip yourself. Gu Fei pondered this for a while. Then, he made a grabbing motion in the void with his right hand. A piece of divine jade immediately appeared in his hand. He placed a seal on the divine jade and threw it to Hong Sheng. Yes, master. Hong Sheng hurriedly caught the piece of divine jade and carefully retreated. It seems that Yin Huatian is afraid of Hong Sheng. Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. In the Netherworld Sea, the death chi soared into the sky. The place where the Netherworld Sea was located was covered by a layer of black mist, causing the entire world to darken. However, this was not the most frightening aspect of the Netherworld Sea. It also rained from time to time. This was the terrifying death rain. A single drop of death rain could kill an extreme powerhouse. In addition to the death rain, the Netherworld Sea often erupted with death storms. In addition, there were countless unknown dangers in the Netherworld Sea. This was the reason why no one on the Flame Star was willing to enter the Netherworld Sea. In everyone's eyes, the Netherworld Sea was a terrifying land of death. However, there were many people living on an island in the middle of this land of death. These people were the clansmen of the Flame Race. This island in the Netherworld Sea had signs of life. This was because there was a small spring in the middle of the island. The spring water from this spring was full of vitality. There were actually quite a few houses built around this divine spring. A stockade surrounded the entire mouth of the spring, and this stronghold was called Yin Stronghold. The people living in the Yin village were naturally the clansmen of the Flame Race. Meanwhile, the senior members of the Flame Race were gathered in a stone house behind the village. Yin Huatian, the first patriarch of the Flame Race, was sitting in the main seat. Patriarch, what are those people from the primordial divine clan trying to do? Yin Hui, the patriarch of the Flame Race, asked Yin Huatian. That's right. That Hong Zhen actually lied to us, saying that Master has returned. Does he think we are as stupid as pigs? Another patriarch of the Flame Race, Yin Wu, said angrily. The other ancestors of the Flame Race were also infuriated. The primordial divine clan had gone too far. Enough. All of you, shut up. Yin Huatian roared. The stone house instantly fell silent, and everyone looked at Yin Huatian. So what if the primordial divine clan has 100 tricks up their sleeves? As long as we don't leave this place, what can they do to us? Yin Huatian swept a glance at everyone and said coldly. They had been defeated in the battle with the primordial divine clan, and they had been forced to enter the Netherworld Sea. This was a humiliation to the entire Flame Race. There were only these 7 ancestors of the Yin clan who were able to survive until now. Yin Huatian was also among these 7. In other words, the flame race had almost been annihilated by the primordial divine clan. How could they leave the netherworld sea just because of Hongzhan's words? The members of the flame race had been living a good life on the island, as there was a small divine spring of life on the island. Although the divine spring of life on the island was small, the flame race could gradually recover with the help of the divine spring of life. Yin Huatian, why don't you come out and meet an old friend? At that moment, a voice rang in the minds of every member of the flame race on the island. What? The ancestors of the flame race in the stone house were shocked. It's Hongshang? Yin Huatian was extremely familiar with this voice. Hongshang is here? The other ancestors of the flame race were shocked when they heard this. To them, Hongshang was their nightmare. Ancestor this. The other ancestors in the stone house looked at Yin Huatian. Why are you panicking? Does Hongshang dare to barge in here? Yin Huatian sneered. He knew how terrifying the netherworld sea was, and Hongshang wouldn't take the risk to barge into the netherworld sea unless he was tired of living. As expected, Hongshang had no intention of barging into the netherworld sea. However, Yin Huatian didn't intend to go out either. As such, they were in a deadlock again. Master has something for you. Aren't you going to come out? Hongshang's voice was cold. Master? Yin Huatian was shocked. Was his master still alive? In fact, they were all alive and well. Yin Huatian knew that their master hadn't perished, but he didn't know where his master had gone. Now, the person who had disappeared for 1,000 years had reappeared. How could Yin Huatian believe this? Hongshang, you be *starred. Save it. Do you think I will fall for your trick? Yin Huatian sent a voice transmission to Hongshang. This guy. Chapter 54-59. Spiritual energy swirled around an island in the depths of the Nethersea. The place was full of vitality and lush greenery. This island used to be a nameless island. However, it had become the territory of the Yin tribe. The Yin tribe had been living here for hundreds of years. They naturally didn't want to stay here as the island wasn't very big. The Yin tribe was like a bird trapped in a cage. They dreamed of flying out of this damned cage. However, they couldn't fly out. The moment they left the island, they would be hunted down by the bastards from the Grand Mist divine race. The outcome of being hunted down by the bastards from the Grand Mist divine race was death. This was the reality that the Yin tribe had to face. However, one of the ancestors of the Grand Mist divine race, Hongzhan, had taken the risk to enter the Nethersea. He had even brought news to the Yin tribe. Their master had returned. However, no one in the Yin tribe believed Hongzhan. They thought that Hongzhan was trying to trick them into leaving the Flaming Island and then catch them all in one fell swoop. The Flaming Island had been managed by the Yin tribe for hundreds of years. The entire island was covered in layers of array formations that were connected to the divine spring of life on the island. With the essence of the divine spring of life supplying energy to the array formations, the power of the array formations multiplied. Even if Hongshang came personally, he wouldn't be able to break through the array formations. This was also the reason why the Yin tribe could hide here and recuperate. As the Yin tribe hid here, even the Grand Mist divine race couldn't do anything to them. Hongzhan naturally couldn't enter the Flaming Island. Hence, Hongshang came. Yin Huatian, how about we fight? Hongshang stood outside the Flaming Island and studied the array formations. Yin Huatian, that lunatic, actually used the divine spring of life to set up the array formations. Hongshang knew that there was a small divine spring of life on the Flaming Island. Hongshang hadn't expected that a lunatic like Yin Huatian would be willing to use the divine spring of life to set up the array formations. Once the array formations were broken, the divine spring of life would also be affected. The divine spring of life was incomparably precious to them. However, the Yin tribe didn't have anything else they could rely on. In order to avoid being exterminated by the Grand Mist divine race, Yin Huatian could only use the divine spring of life to set up the array formations. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I didn't come looking for you, but you actually came looking for me. That's great. I'll kill you first, then I'll exterminate your Grand Mist divine race. An earth-shattering killing intent erupted from the flaming island. In the next moment, a figure rushed out from the island. Boom! Boundless killing intent swept across the sky and earth. The winds and clouds around Flame Island immediately changed color. Huge waves appeared on the calm surface of the sea. Under the ink-black water, there were actually white bones. The yin of the Flame Island was buried under the sea. Of CC, an endless aura of death erupted from the netherworld sea. Black waterspouts appeared on the surface of the sea around Flame Island. CCC, of the beyond, of Hong of the flame, dragon of sea of the yin yin, the of the sea, the of yin yin yin. However, it wasn't that there weren't any spectators. The only difference was that this person wasn't in the Nethersea. He was in the distant Hongmeng Divine City. That's right. The person watching the battle was Gu Fei. With Gu Fei's peerless peak cultivation level, his immortal will could travel through the endless void, enter the Nether Sea, and arrive above the Flame Island. You're not bad either. Guarding a divine spring of life, your cultivation is about to take a crucial step forward. Yin Huatian sneered. Same here. Come, let's fight to our heart's content. Let's see who can take that final step. Hong Sheng's expression became serious. A shocking might erupted from his body. This was the might of a half-step to the infinite prime realm. The reason he took the risk to enter the netherworld sea to look for Yin Huatian was because he wanted to use a life and death battle with Yin Huatian to break through the shackles of his cultivation and take that final step. However, Yin Huatian also wanted to make use of Hong Sheng to take that step. Yin Huatian had been hiding on the Flaming Island for hundreds of years. He was not playing around. Very well, come on then, Yin Huatian said as he made his move. Rumble. 10 balls of divine light appeared above the netherworld sea, illuminating the entire place and dispersing the endless death chi. These 10 balls of divine light were like 10 divine suns that crushed towards Hong Sheng. The entire void shook, and it seemed like the world was about to collapse. Patriarch, the members of the Flame Clan on the Flaming Island were extremely shocked when they saw the shocking scene outside the island. Success or failure depends on this battle. Yin Hui, the patriarch of the Flame Clan, clenched his fists. Boom! Hong Sheng transformed into a huge Hongmeng divine being. He opened his mouth and inhaled, intending to swallow the 10 sun-like divine rays. The two half-step to the infinite prime realm existences started fighting. At that moment, a figure passed through the layers of arrays and appeared on the Flaming Island. What? How could this be? Enemy attack. The Flaming Island was in chaos. All the members of the Flame Clan were panicking, and even the patriarchs of the Flame Clan were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. There was actually someone who could pass through the layers of arrays and enter the Flaming Island. Didn't this mean that the cultivation of such an existence had surpassed the half-step to the infinite prime realm? Was this the true, legendary, supreme existence of the infinite prime realm? That blurry figure walked directly towards the location of the divine spring of life. Soon, the figure arrived in front of the divine spring of life. The patriarchs of the Flame Clan also appeared near the divine spring of life. They were extremely nervous as they stared at the figure. However, none of them dared to make a move. This was because this person was too strong. The aura that he exuded was unbearable. All the patriarchs of the Flame Clan were terrified. They had a feeling that if they got close to this figure, their bodies and souls would be destroyed and they would die a horrible death. It's just a small spring. Gu Fei was a little disappointed. However, it was impressive that the Flame Clan could find such an island in a place like the Netherworld Sea. Most of the islands in the Netherworld Sea were deadlands. Only an extremely small number of islands had the aura of life. It was a miracle that a divine spring of life had appeared here. At that moment, Gu Fei's divine consciousness incarnation started to become clearer. Master? It's really Master? Yin Hui and the other patriarchs of the Flame Clan were dumbfounded when they saw Gu Fei's divine consciousness incarnation. Then, they were overjoyed. Master had really returned. There was going to be a good show to watch. Chapter 5460. Ever since Gu Fei's cultivation base had broken through to the great perfection infinite realm, his divine sense had reached an unimaginable level. The current flame star only contained some incomplete laws of heaven and earth. Naturally, such laws of heaven and earth couldn't suppress Gu Fei. In fact, with Gu Fei's current cultivation base, even if he returned to the void realm, the incomparably powerful laws of heaven and earth wouldn't be able to suppress him. On this flame star, Gu Fei could cover more than half of the flame star with a single thought. However, this star floating in the endless chaos was simply too huge. After all, this star used to be a super great world. Even though this super great world had shrunk to less than 1/10,000th of its original size, with the strength of Gu Fei's divine sense, he still couldn't cover the entire flame star. This was enough to prove that the flame world used to be really huge. It was likely that the laws of heaven and earth in the flame world were stronger than the void realm. At this time, Gu Fei's true body was in the Hongming Divine City. His divine sense clone had crossed the endless void and appeared in the Nethersea. It completely ignored the Nethersea array formations and entered the Flame Island. As a result, the Flame Tribe members on the Flame Island were scared half to death. However, when Gu Fei's divine will incarnation revealed its true appearance, Yan Hui and the other Yin clan's patriarchs were surprised and overjoyed. It turned out that the person who had suddenly barged into Scorching Island was their master who had disappeared for 1,000 years. "Greetings, master." Yan Hui and the other Flame Tribe ancestors rushed over and knelt in front of Gu Fei. Their master had returned. Their bitter days were finally over. The Flame Tribe ancestors who had survived the primordial divine race's pursuit were incomparably excited. "Rise." Gu Fei's divine sense clone waved his hand and looked up into the sky. Yan Hui and the others cautiously stood up. At this time, in the sky above the Flame Island, two figures were moving at high speed. Muffled sounds of collisions resounded from the sky. The surface of the sea around the Flame Island was turbulent. The fluctuations of yuan qi from the sky created huge waves on the surface of the sea. Black waterspouts appeared on the surface of the sea. The Netherworld Sea's seawater wasn't ordinary seawater. It was condensed with boundless death energy, and a single drop could injure an extreme Dao realm expert. If they fell into the dark sea, even an extreme Dao realm expert would be corroded into a skeleton by the seawater. These two fellows are equally matched. I wonder how long this fight will last. Gu Fei's will incarnation muttered to itself. Yan Hui and the others naturally didn't dare say anything. However, their master had said that the old ancestor and Hong Sheng were equally matched. That was definitely true. The old ancestor still had a chance to win. The Grand Mist Divine race occupied a divine spring of life. As the first ancestor of the Grand Mist Divine race, Hong Sheng was naturally more qualified than anyone else to use the divine spring of life to cultivate. With the help of the divine spring of life, Hong Sheng's cultivation had naturally improved. Fortunately, the Yin clan had discovered this island in the Netherworld Sea. In the middle of this island, there was also a divine spring of life. Of course, this divine spring of life couldn't be compared to the divine fist that the Grand Mist Divine race controlled. This was because this divine spring of life was very small. However, even though the divine spring of life on the Flame Island was small, it was still enough for Yin Huatian. This was also the reason why Yin Huatian's cultivation had improved a lot after hiding here for hundreds of years. "Kill! Kill!" Yin Huatian and Hong Sheng roared and attacked each other at the same time. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they used all their strength without holding anything back. They wanted to stimulate all their potential and sublimate themselves in this life and death battle to take that step forward. However, it was easier said than done to take that step forward. Gu Fei's incarnation could tell what these two fellows wanted to do with a single glance. How could the infinite prime realm be broken through so easily? Yin Huatian and Hong Sheng were both half-step infinite primes, but they were too naive to think that they could break through to the infinite prime realm through a life and death battle. Gu Fei was not optimistic about these two fellows. As Yin Huatian and Hong Sheng fought to the death in the sky, Gu Fei's incarnation was a little bored. He was not interested in a battle of this level. "Master, look," Yin Hui said carefully. "You want me to take action?" Gu Fei's incarnation naturally knew what Yin Hui wanted to say. Your eyesight is too poor. Gu Fei's incarnation shook his head helplessly. What? Yin Hui was confused. You can't even tell that I am an incarnation of a spiritual will? Gu Fei's incarnation was speechless. Yin Hui was really dumbfounded. He really could not tell that the master in front of him was a spiritual will incarnation. The other patriarchs of the Yin clan were also dumbfounded. Their master was actually a spiritual will incarnation, and his real body was not here. However, the spiritual will incarnation was so real. Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation was exactly the same as the real person. Who could tell? Moreover, the primordial divine race has already submitted to me. Gu Fei's incarnation said indifferently. Yin Hui and the others were dumbfounded. Could it be that Hong Zhan from the primordial divine race was telling the truth? Master actually subdued the primordial divine race? This news was really too shocking. The primordial divine race was not a weak race. The current primordial divine race was one of the most powerful races on the flame star. However, when Yin Hui and the others remembered that their master was a supreme infinite prime, they felt that it would not be difficult for Gu Fei to subdue the primordial divine race. Alright, when they are done fighting, you guys come to the primordial divine city to look for me. Gu Fei's incarnation was not interested in staying here any longer. The Nethersea was filled with death qi. Although he was not afraid of the death qi, the atmosphere here was too gloomy, and it affected his mood. Yin Hui and the others did not expect Gu Fei's incarnation to leave so quickly. They wanted to persuade their master to stay. Boom! Before Yin Hui could speak, a loud explosion resounded from the depths of the Nethersea. A terrifying death qi swept out from the depths of the Nethersea. The entire Nethersea was stirred. What's going on? Gu Fei's incarnation could not help but frown. He had sensed a terrifying death qi. This death qi was very strong, and it was definitely at the infinite primordial divine race's level. He had not expected such a big fellow to be hiding in the flame star's Dead Sea. She's out. Yin Hui and the other ancestors of the flame tribe paled. They immediately activated the flame island's layers of grand formations. Even though the death qi was weakened by the flame island's layers of grand formations, it still caused the ancestors of the flame tribe to shiver uncontrollably. Only Gu Fei's incarnation was unafraid of this death qi. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.